Please.
Oh my.
All right.
All right, y'all. Welcome, 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 welcome. I am so very excited to be here with you all to be your facilitator this morning for the CARES Connect 2022. We'd like to get started today. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right.
But in the other view, not the slideshow view though.
Okay, I got you. Slideshow coming right up. Let's see. Let's do this. This is what happens. I've done CARES, I've done intentional peer support all around the country. This is the first time I've done it for you all. And let me tell you, this is my most exciting opportunity. And so got a little nerves going here, believe it or not, but here we go. All right, let's see. We got it this time. Got slideshow started. Okay. I can move this. I'm sorry, y'all. Hang on one sec.
You're okay, Roz.
All right, here we go. All right, there we go. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to start out with this morning, George, thank you for that wonderful welcome and opening, helping us all get centered and get to that place where we're able to be present with each other today. The first thing I like to do really is just say welcome to you all. And we want to do some introductions. We want to find out who's in the room. And so if you all would put in the chat who you are, your name, pronouns, your role, and your cohort. If you want to mention what's right with you, that would be great. And then one thing that inspires you about peer support. And of course, it's over 100 of you on here, 114, it looks like to me. And so we won't be able to hear from everybody, but if there are a few people who'd like to raise their hand and introduce themselves, we'll unmute you and allow you to do that. So just give it just a second to tell us who you are. All right, all right. All right. And is there anyone who'd like to tell us who they are? Anyone who'd like to introduce themselves and let us know you're here? I see Mr. Cosby.
Good morning. Hey, Rosalind. Good to see you.
Cosby.
And thank you for being here. My name is Cosby. I'm cohort 24. I'm with Grady at the lead peer specialist with Grady Integrated Behavior Health. And I'm glad to be a part of CARES. It's been a wonderful experience and seeing the transformation in others' lives who have some similar experience that I have or that I have with them. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Cosby. I see Anthony. Tell us who you are, what's right with you, and one thing that inspires you about peer support.
Good morning. My name is Anthony. I am a CPS at DeKalb Crisis, CARES 40. What's right with me today is I woke up feeling refreshed. And what inspires me about being a peer is I get to tell my story, especially in the environment that I work in. A lot of people might come in feeling defeated. And one of them told me it's very comforting to know that there's somebody who actually understands and have been where they have been. That's it.
Awesome, thank you. Hey, Cam. All right, come on, Berlinda. Tell us who you are. What's
my name is
one thing that inspired you about peer support?
Well, I'm Berlinda. I work at Georgia Council on Substance Abuse, the CARES Warm Line. I'm CARES 37, and what inspires me greatly is being available to that peer that is going through challenges or having triumphs. You know, it gives me great pleasure and honor to be there for someone else.
Awesome. Thank you, Berlinda. That's beautiful. Hank K.
Hey, Hank K, CARES 34. So right now I'm not working as a CPS. However, I am working in the field. I'm at the extension, or working at the extension. And I guess, yeah, it inspires, my CARES training has definitely helped me with that type of work, with what I'm doing now. And what's right with me today is I'm being myself, more of myself than I've ever been. I got something scary coming up, but I'm doing it anyways.
Congratulations. Yay. All right, Robbie. Good morning, Robbie.
Can you hear me? Good
Can
morning,
we-
everybody. My name is Robbie Ivy. I am CARES 15. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. What's right with me today is that I am feeling great today. I was so sick yesterday. I forgot about the webinar last night. I mean, I literally was in bed all day, and I am hey, I am not working at the moment, but I do a lot of peer support online and on the phone. And I'm just, anytime I could talk to someone about recovery, someone who is seeking recovery, someone who may be on the fence thinking about recovery, is exciting to me in whatever form or capacity. And I'm just gonna say real quick, Rosalind, I'm probably gonna cry for the day is over with because I'm so excited to see you doing this. I'm just remembering you from years ago and
Yes.
seeing where you are now is so exciting to me. And I'm so, so proud of you. I'm
Thanks,
so
Rob.
proud of you.
Thank you. Same here. All right, Angela King, I see your hand up, and then Bruce.
Hi, everybody. I am Angela King. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am employed at Ascensa Health, formerly known as St. Jude's Recovery Center. And I work in the position of MAT coordinator, which what's right with me today is I have the opportunity now to hire our peer support, our CARES peer recovery coaches, which is what I started out as 5 years ago. I love peer support. I love being able to share my experience, strength, and hope with people who are struggling straight from detox and helping them, stand by them on their journey all the way through their recoveries.
Thank you. Go ahead, Bruce.
Hello, CARES family. My name is Bruce, and one thing that inspires me about CARES and is I get to be the voice for the voiceless. You know what I mean? I get to share my experience and maybe help somebody out. And I get to fulfill my purpose. And all that looks like inside and outside of my job, and out here on the streets, and even with y'all. So, and also in the process of developing an RCO with my wife that I'm sitting here next to at my table. That one day, I never thought this would happen. You know what I mean? So life is super great today, and with y'all, it gets even better. So thank y'all so much for having me.
Thank you. Dudley Benjamin, I'm sorry.
I go by Dudley, so that's,
Okay, I
that's
get it
better.
right. Okay.
My name's Dudley, CARES 28. And what's right with me today is that I will be moving to Mississippi, Greenville, Mississippi this summer. My wife has a new job out there, and they don't have any type of peer support program out there. So I'm hoping to be able to get one started, most likely in the area of harm reduction.
Awesome. Congratulations. All right. We have a couple more minutes if any of you would like to talk to us and introduce yourselves. I see everyone is blowing up the chat. I see Wally. I see so many names, all my friends, all my peeps. All right. iPhone and then Unique. And if you're able to rename yourself, that would be really helpful.
That might be me, Rika. I'm Rika Jones. I'm sorry, guys, you see me on camera in the hospital. What's right with me today is I woke up despite what I'm going through. I'm here. God is good. I am a CARES 31, and I came here today to give me some peer support while I go through this journey and this challenge. And so I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Unique.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Unique. CARES 31. I love you, Rika. I'm gonna be praying for you, Rika. Of course, my pronouns are she. I currently work as an independent contractor with Breakthrough Recovery Outreach. The thing I love about peer support is being able to be myself. I can put on the suit, but I can still be who I am. I can be transparent about my recovery, my journey, my process, and help numerous people, and there's nothing like being able to be myself. I don't have to be the role of anything else other than who I am and the things that I've been through. So that's what I really love about peer support. Thank you.
All right, and we will finish it out with Mr. Doug Phillips.
Hey, CARES Connect. I'm Doug Phillips. I am CARES cohort XLI. I work with Back on My Feet, Atlanta. So I'm working with a lot of members in recovery facilities and homeless shelters. And what's right with me today? I have a job that allows me to be off, to have this CARES Connect, right? A person in recovery like me can get a day off just to come do this class. And what do I like about peer support? Just to see these caterpillars turn into butterflies, right? Just to see that morphing happening, and it's just such a joy to see that go on. So that's all I got for y'all. Let's have a great CARES Connect, y'all.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so this is so amazing to see you all. And just let me, for those of you who don't know me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Rosalind Hayes, and I am a person in long-term recovery. And like I said, I can't tell you how excited I am to be with you all this morning, sharing intentional peer support with you. What being in long-term recovery means for me is that it's been 12 years since I've been on this journey, and I do what I need to do to take care of my mental health, including my substance use challenges, so that I can suit up and show up for this amazing life that recovery has afforded me. Today, I am a homeowner, a taxpayer, an asset to my community. Today, I show up for my friends and family. And according to my nephews, I'm the coolest aunt ever. Today, I'm a person that others can come to borrow money. Isn't that amazing? Who would have thought, And I've been a valued employee of the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network for almost 12 years. I'm the director of peer support services and training with the organization. I'm a certified peer specialist, mental health, and of course, a CARES 8, where you at? And today, y'all, I'm the facilitator of the 2022 CARES Connect. I was first introduced to intentional peer support as a part-time staff person working for the Peer Support Wellness and Respite Center in Decatur. And intentional peer support is the model that all of the respite centers in Georgia use, and pretty much all of the respite centers around the country for the most part use intentional peer support. I became an organizational facilitator, and from there came opportunities to train on a national level. Intentional peer support is a framework for healthy relationships. And it's about learning and growing together and what we can do together. And, without further ado, we might as well go ahead and get started. If I can make these slides move, then we will be great. Okay, there we go. All right. And so the first thing that we dive into or want to talk about is our discomfort agreement. And for us, when we talk about discomfort, lots of times we hear about, group rules or guidelines or comfort agreements even. And when intentional peer support, they introduced this concept, to me at least, of a discomfort agreement. And the idea is that it's often necessary. We feel uncomfortable when we're introduced to new material. There is that saying that there's no growth in the comfort zone, no comfort in the growth zone, and no, I always get it messed up, but y'all know what I'm saying. We have to be uncomfortable sometimes to grow. It takes, we experience some discomfort when we stretch. And so the question that we have for each other really is, what is it that we need to be, what is it that we need from each other in order to take risk, in order to be present and participatory throughout this day, even through what might be some discomfort. So how do I stay present? How do I sit with my discomfort and continue to participate? And if you all would put those things in the chat, that would be awesome. And if somebody would read some of what's coming up in the chat, let's see, let me see, what do I see here? Encouragement. We need support and encouragement, empathy. Support is imperative to me to grow and continue this journey. Compassion. Hey, Jen. Vulnerability. Oh, they're flying in. Honesty. Permission, acceptance to make mistakes. Y'all, there is no right or wrong thing to say. This is all about taking risk and just diving into the material. Understanding, support, patience, reassurance. Yes, connection. All right, they're flying in. Trust. Authenticity, non-judgmental. This is definitely a space where we need to be non-judgmental. Freedom to be self, absolutely. Honesty with kindness. Okay. And so I think we all get the idea. Support, open-mindedness, non-judgment, able to listen. Okay, absolutely have to learn into the discomfort in order to grow. Safe space to be vulnerable and compassionate. All right, so we all get a feel of what we need from each other. And this is going to be amazing. Lauren said, love, love, love. So let's have some love. Let's feel the love. I'm feeling it right now. And so we have some assumptions with intentional peer support. Let me go back one. Okay. And our assumptions are, that everyone will take risk as a part of learning. That we don't treat anyone as fragile, one of those things that has been like an outgrowth from the traditional mental health system is that people, we got to handle folks with kid gloves. We don't want to upset anybody. We don't want to shake anybody up. But, here we're not going to do that. We trust that everyone has what they need to be able to participate, and we're going to go for it. Like I said earlier, there's no right or wrong thing to say. Self-awareness is valued more than getting it right. It's about maybe having some ahas for ourselves, It's not about, oh, I get it, I got it. Because one thing I can say about intentional peer support is that it is a practice, and it is something that, is ever evolving from within. I continue to learn and have different aha moments about this work every day, really. And lastly, let me say this is very important. Intentional peer support is not anti nor pro psychiatry, okay? We're interested in thinking of psychiatry as a perspective. And so with that, we want to go on, and I want to share with you a video. I want to introduce you to the Consumer Survivor Ex-Patient movement. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but it is the movement that basically peer support as we know it, especially in specific to mental health, but peer support as we know it kind of grew out of this movement. And so we're going to watch a video, and then I'd like to hear a few comments about what stood out for you with this video. So here we go. Here we hope to go. All right, Brian, Larry.
Okay, we got it.
Okay.
So far, we've talked about the politics of language. We've also talked about the intersection of madness and race, madness and gender, madness and sexual orientation. We've also talked about the changing relationship of madness and work. The next set of modules is about political action, specifically that action undertaken by people who have or are having encounters with madness. A new social movement emerged in the late 60s. Originally called the Mental Patients Liberation Movement, it is now commonly called the Consumer Survivor Ex-Patient Movement. I've developed a metaphor to illustrate the different phases of the movement and the different activities the movement has undertaken and continues to undertake. Our metaphor requires a table. Now that we have our table, we have to set it. We're going to put on the table some of the trends and developments that gave rise to the movement. After the Second World War, there was an explosion of self-help activity of all kinds. The most famous self-help group, of course, is Alcoholics Anonymous, but there were many others. The asylums that were built 100 years before were overcrowded and falling down. So all over North America, asylums began to be closed in a trend called deinstitutionalization. In the mid-60s, we started to see evidence of a counterculture. There were a number of liberatory movements that were important. The civil rights movement, the gay and lesbian movement, the women's movement, the student movement. And movements need an intellectual infrastructure. And that was provided by people like Thomas Szasz, who said that mental illness did not exist, R.D. Laing, who said that schizophrenia was fun, Irving Goffman, who said that asylums were bad for you, and Foucault, who said that madness was social control and nothing more. The table is almost set, but there was the development of psychotropic medication. The first one was called Thorazine. When it was introduced in North America in 1954, experts believed that mental illness would be a thing of the past by the year 2000. The table is set. By the late 60s, psychiatry often meant forced confinement and forced electroconvulsive therapy. Survivors wanted to turn the tables. The members of some groups wanted to set up alternatives to psychiatry. What we had was a bed, a pill, and a rest. Activists wanted to change that so that we had a home, a job, and a friend. Some activists wanted to change the system. They wanted influence on decisions that affected their lives. They wanted a seat at the table.
Oh, there's David Rebel. Maybe it's time to roll up our sleeves and get down to one.
For some, a seat at someone else's table just won't do. They want tables of their own. We are the psychiatric survivors of Kingston. We have our own table, and we have our own agenda.
Housing, we've got income for yourself, and you too, and you.
Lots of survivors are poor. That's because they have difficulty getting and keeping jobs. They decide to set up businesses of their own. They want to make tables and sell them. Some survivors actually did build tables and sell them. Other survivors found other businesses to do. Many activists want to tell their stories. They have ideas about how to change things. They table their critique. When we tabled our critique, We used books and pamphlets and other media. Some of us did art shows, but all of us wanted the system to change, and we wanted to say why. Like all social movements, the consumer survivor ex-patient movement is in constant flux. 40 years on, things have changed. Some people have moved on. There have been wins and losses. There's a lot of interest right now in madness. Exactly what that interest produces remains to be seen.
All right. So just looking at that video and just hearing a little bit about the consumer survivor ex-patient movement. And this whole movement, it really was about human rights and social justice and gaining rights for folks who live with psychiatric labels. Was there anything that stood out for you? And we can take a couple of hands. I really like this to be very interactive, y'all. This is going to be a fast-paced day, lots of breakout rooms and lots of interaction. Jamie, go ahead.
I really like how the bed pill rest turned to home job friend. That was what stood out the most to me.
Yeah, the system, you know, the psychiatric system, the hospital system, they wanted folks, you know, basically a bed, a pill, a rest, and what we wanted for ourselves, and it's what we still want, you know, home, job, and a friend, and opportunity. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I agree with that. That was really awesome to see, because I know, I definitely know that feeling of like, look, I'm not a diagnosis, I'm a human being. So I think it's awesome. And I also, one of the other things I found humorous was the book, the book, I believe it was one of the books, Schizophrenia, or somebody said schizophrenia is fun.
Yeah, so many different.
Somebody who personally experiences it, it's not fun at all. So I thought that was humorous.
Thank you, Hank. TJ.
Thank you. I thought what was so interesting, the deinstitutionalization, living through that process, or actually seeing it, or having family members back then that were released from institutions, to the progression of actually still seeing it today. But it seems like instead of getting help, the new institution has become a jail. And so to see how that has progressed from those institutions to a new type of institution is absolutely fascinating.
Yes. Thank you. All right, I have time for one more. Let me hear from Amanda.
Hey guys. First off, I'm sorry for my voice today. This yellow pollen rain in Augusta has got me all messed up. I really love the seat at the table. It plays into that, you know, nothing about us without us, that we talk about all the time. And, you know, I love that they mentioned the self-help stuff, and that Alcoholics Anonymous was the first one of those. And before that, you know, we know that people who had the disease of addiction, or the disease of, you know, or the mental health issues, or any of those things that, you know, we looked at, ended up just out to pasture. It was, you know, people put away, and labeled as just hopeless and crazy. So loving the seat at the table, and the fact that they were like, let's build our own table and talk about it. Now you can have a seat at ours, but we're going to control the narrative because it's nothing about us without us. And I love that.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for mentioning the whole nothing about us without us. One of the champions and pioneers of the consumer survivor ex-patient movement, there were folks like Howie the Harp, Sally Zinman, and one name that just stands out above all, or it's just up there in the top, is Judy Chamberlain. And she wrote a book On Our Own. She was someone who was institutionalized And when she was ready to leave the hospital, she had real trouble getting out, and was held there against her will. And I'm sure, most of you've heard of Milledgeville right there, right here in Georgia. I say right there because I'm in North Carolina right now, but, in Georgia, used to be called the oldest and largest insane asylum in the world. And folks would go there. You said out to pasture, people would be put into the institution, and that's where they would live and die. There was no getting out, and people could be put there for any reason. You're uncomfortable, you're a problem for us, and so we need to send you away. Women, if husbands decided they didn't want you anymore, oh, she's having hysteria, and off you go to the institution, and you could die there. And so Judy Chamberlain, she was in the institutions in the late 60s. And when she got out, she became a champion of this movement. And she actually is the one who coined the phrase, "Nothing about us without us." That is the phrase that she came up with, and kind of the mantra of the consumer survivor ex-patient movement. And when we think about the movement, the aims of the movement, that they were twofold. It was activism and mutual support. And the hope and the idea is that it would be voluntary first and foremost, that no one will be forced into anything against their will, that it would be holistic, that we would see a whole person, not just focused on the malady of the brain, but and who cares about the rest of the body and how these treatments are impacting you, but that it would be holistic, that it would be community focused, and community building and consciousness raising. And when I look at these, and I think about the work of the Georgia Council on Substance Abuse, I think about the RCOs that have developed. I think about, of course, the work of the Georgia Mental Health Consumer Network, our peer support, wellness, and respite centers. We really are, with all of the advocacy work and going down to the Capitol, we really are right here with, this activism and this mutual support, these aims of the movement that came about in the 70s. Here we are in 2022, and we're still, fighting a good fight and spreading, peer support. And so that's exciting to me. Just to give you a little bit about the history of intentional peer support, it came out of this movement. And, Sherry Mead is a woman who created intentional peer support. And she was someone who also, is a peer and a psychiatric survivor. And she was hospitalized, and she just noticed a few things. She noticed that relationships tend to really change or even go away, when you find yourself in the hospital, or when you get labeled, or lots of relationships leave. I know for me, when I was in active addiction, I had relationships, but they weren't the relationships, they weren't the same relationships. My relationships, if you could call them that, were with people who were doing the same thing that I was doing. But, family relationships, work relationships, those things, were very strained. She discovered that people were always, you were always on the getting end, always on the receiving end, of help or of services. And, when she developed intentional peer support, it's a statement from her. She said, peer support is not about developing more effective services, but rather creating dialogues that have influence on all our understandings, conversations, and relationships. And as I stated before, intentional peer support really is a framework for healthy relationships. It really is about how can we talk to each other? How can we learn from each other? How can we create a space where, all of you is welcome and all of me is welcome? And in that, when we come together, that we can grow, that we can learn, rather than, my need to be right, your need to be, me making you wrong, or I'm the expert. Everyone's valid and everyone has something to offer. And how can we come together in that kind of space? And so this is intentional peer support. All right. And so the first thing that we're going to do, y'all, well, first I want to talk about what makes intentional peer support different. And here we have the 3 principles of intentional peer support, which I'll go into. We'll break each one of these things down. But we have these principles of moving from helping to learning, right? How can we learn and grow together rather than the focus being on one person helping the other person? Shifting the focus from individual to relationship. So that it's not all about me, you know, the person on the receiving end of the help, but it's about us, you know, in peer support, it's about us and our relationship and what can grow and what can happen or develop or what's possible within that relationship. And then the third principle of intentional peer support is shifting the focus from fear and fear-based responses to hope and possibility. And thinking about just when we come from a place of fear, how that impacts the relationship and how it impacts everything that we do. And if we're able to step back and maybe, you know, sit in some discomfort, but come from a place of hope. Y'all think, I mean, look at us. This is the most hopeful. I mean, this is amazing. This evidence that I'm looking at in front of me, you know, just speaks hope and possibility in leaps and bounds. And so it's about switching that paradigm. And the way that we're able to carry out these principles is through the 4 tasks, which is connection, worldview, mutuality, and moving towards. And I'm not going to go deep into them because we are going to go deep into them. Okay. One other thing that makes intentional peer support unique is that it is a trauma-informed model. And I like to take a second and just, you know, for a couple of folks, if you can tell me, what does it mean to be trauma-informed? Anyone, if you want to raise your hand and talk to me about being trauma-informed, what does that mean? Why is that important? Lori, and then Lauren. Lauren.
So for me, and my understanding of being trauma informed is looking at anyone in any situation like they've been hurt or discriminated against or made feel shame or any, like if I look through a lens of maybe this person has experienced trauma, no matter where they're walking into, whether they're walking into crisis respite or community service board or the courthouse or a coffee shop or the driver services department. Like, how can I be supportive of even the things that I don't know about?
Good, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Laura.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Berlinda.
Did you hear me? Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead, Laura. We couldn't hear you, and then we'll come to you, Belinda.
The concept of what happened to you versus what's wrong with you.
Yes, switching that question, and we're going to talk about that as well, but definitely switching that question, switching the paradigm from a focus on what's wrong to what's happened, and recognizing that people have you know, been through some things. Go ahead, Berlinda.
Also, taking a look at, you know, whatever the person's been through that caused the trauma, that there can be things that will re-traumatize them.
Yes, 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 yes. And yes, excellent. Go ahead, Penny. Can't hear you.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I agree with all the other speakers, what they've said. But the trauma-informed care for me was where it mirrored mental health, the trauma that they've been through, how it mirrors the same symptoms as mental health, and being compassionate toward that person and assisting them in that journey. That was one of the biggest things for the trauma-informed care for me, was how much it mirrored the mental health.
Yes, yes,
of
yes.
that.
And I think what you're talking about is, you know, when we think about and we look through things through a medical lens.
Those lenses, yes.
Those behaviors that we see are considered symptoms, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if we are able to switch the lens and look from a perspective of trauma, then, you know, those behaviors those behaviors that what's wrong with you thing,
Yes.
those very same behaviors, if we're coming from a trauma perspective, are really adaptations.
Yes.
They are the way that a person has been able, those are the things that kept them alive.
That's
Those are the
right.
things that allow them to survive their life, you know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, it's an interesting thing because of the very same behaviors, it just depends on perspective. And so,
Yeah.
you know, we talked earlier about, you know, psychiatry as a perspective, that medical lens as a perspective, the adaptations, you know,
Yeah.
and, you know, those things that saved us, you know, they might be maladaptive now. They might be, you know, not helpful now. And we need to learn some other ways of doing and being. But those very same things. Yes. So seeing or being able to recognize these things that we call symptoms are very often adaptations as a result
Right.
of trauma.
Thank you,
And,
Ross. That's what I was
yeah.
trying to say.
Penny, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Shane.
Roger, you actually said exactly what I was going to say, is that I understand that so-called bad behaviors are in reality adaptive behaviors, and they are addressing not the actual behavior itself, but the issues that may create the behavior to remedy, you know, those actions. But you actually said exactly what I was about to say.
Thank you, Shane. Hank.
For me, I'm healing from a lot of trauma right now. And so just being able to recognize your own trauma and be able to using that to be able to encourage the person and assist them in getting out of the victim mentality and rising above that and being able to move forward. So not treating like the person like they're some broken victim, but it's like, what's right with you? How can we overcome this? And what is, you know, how can you use this to help somebody else? And just not making the person feel like they're defective.
Yes, recognizing and acknowledging that when bad things happen to us, when you know, things, and it could be, you know, trauma and how we define trauma. Trauma covers lots of things. It could be, you know, natural disasters. You know, we have a war going on right now in another part of the world. It could be those things that happen to us in early childhood, neglect, abuse. You know, all of these things, they impact us, you know, and for me, the question has always been, you know, what is a normal, quote unquote, normal response to such a horrible experience, you know? How are you supposed to respond to that? And just recognizing and acknowledging that people have been through trauma. You know, what statistics tell us is that 90% of the people who come into the public behavioral health system have experienced trauma. And being trauma informed is about creating services and providing support in a way that recognizes this, number one, and then that does not create more trauma for that person. You know, we don't want the help to hurt. And, you know, that has been, you know, a part of the traditional mental health system for a long time. I mean, you know, again, we talk about Milledgeville and other institutions, you know, just coming on up to now. Even there are some pretty terrible things that can happen to people in hospital settings, in jail settings, you know, which TJ, you know, rightly pointed out, you know, probably in our prison system, at least 50% of the population are people living with serious mental illness. And so it's certainly, that is another place where folks who have experienced trauma, folks who are, you know, needing support are being housed, just warehoused over in prisons and in jails, rather than receiving the help that we need. And so I'll hear from Michael and Amanda, and then we'll move on.
And yes, you know, just like intergenerational trauma, how it can be passed down through generations of families, you know. Something can happen, say in 1920 to you, And 40 years later, I experience, because of the genetic changes that can happen in trauma, the same things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there definitely are some studies. I think there were mice or rats or something. There was a study, and they would like put out a smell, and when the smell would come, they would like poke the rat, and so they associated the smell with pain. And over a couple of generations, they did it for 2 generations, and then like the next 2 or 3, when the smell would come, even though there was no pain associated, they still had a response. And so there is evidence of that kind of genetic change. And I would say to that, Michael, also, it's like my boss always says, we live what we learn, right? And so if I grow up in poverty and I'm in abusive situations, these things, for example, become my norm. And oftentimes, I repeat these cycles, whether I want to or not. A lot of times we pass on to our kids. I treat my kids the way I was treated, and so these behaviors and these patterns, can be passed on in that way as well. And just looking at what we have here, when we think about trauma, SAMHSA talks about it in terms of these 3 E's, and it's the event, the experience, and the effect. And so the event and circumstances cause trauma. When we talk about the experience, a person's experience of the event determines whether it's traumatic or not. And so that's why, 2 people can go through the same situation. You might have, in households, you have family members, and one family member will say, my childhood was awful, and I was severely traumatized. And you might have somebody else, brother or sister who says, well, it wasn't like that for me, and so it's how I experience it. And then the effects of trauma, how it affects me. The effects include adverse physical, social, emotional, and spiritual consequences. Brittany, go ahead.
That's what I was going to say is my sister and I, we grew up in the same household, and the things that we went through, severely traumatized me, but she's like, it is what it is.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. So we are going to move on, and we have a TED Talk for you. And this is Dr. Nadine. Go ahead, Candace. I see your hand. You just popped up to the top. Go ahead before we look at this TED Talk.
Thank you for sharing that. It really resonates deeply because that is what I'm experiencing. I have 1 sibling, and we have I say we had a beautiful childhood, and she says she feels that it was very dysfunctional and traumatic, and we're estranged because of it. So that I needed that. I really needed that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, y'all, we're going to go ahead and look at this TED Talk. It's Dr. Nadine Burke Harris. She was the first Surgeon General of California. I think she recently stepped down from that position, but this is talking about the impact of trauma, and it is about the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. I don't know if you're familiar with ACE, but let's watch this and maybe take some notes. We want to talk about what stood out for you in this TED Talk.
One moment.
Marie, I can't hear it.
Let me see if let me try.
You're going with it, Roz?
Trying.
Could everybody else hear? Was it just one person?
I couldn't see it or hear it.
I couldn't hear it or see it.
I saw it, but it didn't start.
Right.
Yeah,
I just saw
it hasn't, it hasn't started.
I'll give it
Okay.
back to you all.
Roz, you want me to do it or you got it?
Yes, go ahead, Lori.
All right, hold up. One second. I don't know who else was screen sharing. There you go. What about, can y'all hear?
In the mid-90s,
Yes.
CDC and Kaiser
Can you see it?
Nope.
discovered an exposure that dramatically increased the risk.
It's very low.
Out
Increase
of
the volume,
10
please.
Of the leading causes of death in the United States. In high doses,
I got
it
it.
affects brain development, the immune system, hormonal systems, and even the way our DNA is read and transcribed. Folks who are exposed in very high doses have triple the lifetime risk of heart disease and lung cancer, and a 20-year difference in life expectancy. And yet doctors today are not trained in routine screening or treatment. Now, the exposure I'm talking about is not a pesticide or a packaging chemical. It's childhood trauma. Okay, what kind of trauma am I talking about here? I'm not talking about failing a test or losing a basketball game. I am talking about threats that are so severe or pervasive that they literally get under our skin and change our physiology. Things like abuse or neglect, or growing up with a parent who struggles with mental illness or substance dependence. Now, for a long time, I viewed these things in the way I was trained to view them, either as a social problem, refer to social services, or as a mental health problem, refer to mental health services. And then something happened to make me rethink my entire approach. When I finished my residency, I wanted to go someplace where I felt really needed, someplace where I could make a difference. So I came to work for California Pacific Medical Center, one of the best private hospitals in Northern California. And together, we opened a clinic in Bayview Hunters Point, one of the poorest, most underserved neighborhoods in San Francisco. Now, prior to that point, there had been only one pediatrician in all of Bayview to serve more than 10,000 children. So we hung a shingle, and we were able to provide top quality care regardless of ability to pay. It was so cool. We targeted the typical health disparities: access to care, immunization rates, asthma hospitalization rates, and we hit all of our numbers. We felt very proud of ourselves. But then I started noticing a disturbing trend. A lot of kids were being referred to me for ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. But when I actually did a thorough history and physical, what I found was that for most of my patients, I couldn't make a diagnosis of ADHD. Most of the kids I was seeing had experienced such severe trauma that it felt like something else was going on. Somehow, I was missing something important. Now, before I did my residency, I did a master's degree in public health. And one of the things that they teach you in public health school is that if you're a doctor and you see 100 kids that all drink from the same well, and 98 of them develop diarrhea, you can go ahead and write that prescription for dose after dose after dose of antibiotics, or you can walk over and say, what the hell is in this well? So I began reading everything that I could get my hands on about how exposure to adversity affects the developing brains and bodies of children. And then one day, my colleague walked into my office and he said, Dr. Burke, have you seen this? In his hand was a copy of a research study called the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study. That day changed my clinical practice and ultimately my career. The Adverse Childhood Experiences Study is something that everybody needs to know about. It was done by Dr. Vince Felitti at Kaiser and Dr. Bob Onda at the CDC, and together they asked 17,500 adults about their history of exposure to what they called adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs. Those include physical, emotional, or sexual abuse, physical or emotional neglect, parental mental illness, substance dependence, incarceration, parental separation or divorce, or domestic violence. For every yes, you would get a point on your ACE score. And then what they did was they correlated these ACE scores against health outcomes. What they found was striking. Two things. Number one, ACEs are incredibly common. 67% of the population had at least one ACE, and 12.6%, 1 in 8, had 4 or more ACEs. The second thing that they found was that there was a dose-response relationship between ACEs and health outcomes. The higher your ACE score, the worse your health outcomes. For a person with an ACE score of 4 or more, their relative risk of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease was 2.5 times that of someone with an ACE score of 0. For hepatitis, it was also 2.5 times. For depression, it was 4.5 times. For suicidality, it was 12 times. A person with an ACE score of 7 or more had triple the lifetime risk of lung cancer and 3.5 times the risk of ischemic heart disease, the #1 killer in the United States of America. Well, of course, this makes sense. You know, some people looked at this data and they said, come on, you know, you have a rough childhood, you're more likely to drink and smoke and do all these things that are going to ruin your health. This isn't science. This is just bad behavior. It turns out this is exactly where the science comes in. We now understand better than we ever have before how exposure to early adversity affects the developing brains and bodies of children. It affects areas like the nucleus accumbens, the pleasure and reward center of the brain that is implicated in substance dependence. It inhibits the prefrontal cortex, which is necessary for impulse control and executive function, a critical area for learning. And on MRI scans, we see measurable differences in the amygdala, the brain's fear response center. So there are real neurologic reasons why folks exposed to high doses of adversity are more likely to engage in high-risk behavior. And that's important to know. But it turns out that even if you don't engage in any high-risk behavior, you're still more likely to develop heart disease or cancer. The reason for this has to do with the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, the brain's and body's stress response system that governs our fight or flight response. How does it work? Well, imagine you're walking in the forest and you see a bear. Immediately, your hypothalamus sends a signal to your pituitary, which sends a signal to your adrenal gland that says, release stress hormones, adrenaline, cortisol. And so your heart starts to pound, your pupils dilate, your airways open up, and you are ready to either fight that bear or run from the bear. And that is wonderful if you're in a forest and there's a bear. But the problem is what happens when the bear comes home every night. And this system is activated over and over and over again. And it goes from being adaptive or life-saving to maladaptive or health damaging. Children are especially sensitive to this repeated stress activation because their brains and bodies are just developing. High doses of adversity not only affect brain structure and function, they affect the developing immune system, developing hormonal systems, and even the way our DNA is read and transcribed. So for me, this information threw my old training out the window, because when we understand the mechanism of a disease, when we know not only which pathways are disrupted, but how, then as doctors, it is our job to use this science for prevention and treatment. That's what we do. So in San Francisco, we created the Center for Youth Wellness to prevent, screen, and heal the impacts of ACEs and toxic stress. We started simply with routine screening of every one of our kids at their regular physical, because I know that if my patient has an ACE score of 4, she's 2.5 times as likely to develop hepatitis or COPD. She's 4.5 times as likely to become depressed, and she's 12 times as likely to attempt to take her own life as my patient with 0 ACEs. I know that when she's in my exam room. For our patients who do screen positive, we have a multidisciplinary treatment team that works to reduce the dose of adversity and treat symptoms using best practices, including home visits, care coordination, mental health care, nutrition, holistic interventions, and yes, medication when necessary. But we also educate parents about the impact of ACEs and toxic stress the same way you would for covering electrical outlets or lead poisoning. And we tailor the care of our asthmatics and our diabetics in a way that recognizes that they may need more aggressive treatment given the changes to their hormonal and immune systems. So the other thing that happens when you understand this science is that you'll want to shout it from the rooftops, because this isn't just an issue for kids in Bayview. I figured the minute that everybody else heard about this, it would be routine screening, multidisciplinary treatment teams, and it would be a race to the most effective clinical treatment protocols. Yeah, that did not happen. And that was a huge learning for me. What I had thought of as simply best clinical practice, I now understand to be a movement. In the words of Dr. Robert Block, the former president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, adverse childhood experiences are the single greatest unaddressed public health threat facing our nation today. And for a lot of people, that's a terrifying prospect. The scope and scale of the problem seems so large that it feels overwhelming to think about how we might approach it. But for me, that's actually where the hope lies. Because when we have the right framework, when we recognize this to be a public health crisis, then we can begin to use the right toolkit to come up with solutions. From tobacco to lead poisoning to HIV/AIDS, the United States actually has quite a strong track record with addressing public health problems. But replicating those successes with ACEs and toxic stress is going to take determination and commitment. And when I look at what our nation's response has been so far, I wonder, why haven't we taken this more seriously? You know, at first, I thought that we marginalized the issue because it doesn't apply to us, right? That's an issue for those kids in those neighborhoods, which is weird because the data doesn't bear that out. The original ACEs study was done in a population that was 70% Caucasian, 70% college educated. But then, the more I talk to folks, I'm beginning to think that maybe I had it completely backwards. If I were to ask how many people in this room grew up with a family member who suffered from mental illness, I bet a few hands would go up. And then if I were to ask how many folks had a parent who maybe drank too much, or who really believe that if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. I bet a few more hands would go up. Even in this room, this is an issue that touches many of us. And I'm beginning to believe that we marginalize the issue because it does apply to us. Maybe it's easier to see in other zip codes because we don't want to look at it. We'd rather be sick. Fortunately, scientific advances and, frankly, economic realities make that option less viable every day. The science is clear. Early adversity dramatically affects health across the lifetime. Today, we are beginning to understand how to interrupt the progression from early adversity to disease and early death. And 30 years from now, the child who has a high ACE score and whose behavioral symptoms go unrecognized, whose asthma management is not connected, and who goes on to develop high blood pressure and early heart disease or cancer will be just as anomalous as a 6-month mortality from HIV/AIDS. People will look at that situation and say, what the heck happened there? This is treatable. This is beatable. The single most important thing that we need today is the courage to look this problem in the face and say, this is real, and this is all of us. I believe that we are the movement. Thank you.
All right. Kristen, your hand is up. Did you want to give some feedback on the TED Talk?
Yes and no. I have a question really. So I know like over the summer when we did this, it was mind blowing to think about. And I had another question as far as like, growing up, I had a few of those, toxic stress things that she was talking about and developed cancer and had no history of cancer in my family, all the things. And so it very much makes sense to me to think that that might possibly be, part of why that happened. I know it was talking about like with early like childhood trauma. Do you think that with adult trauma and like toxic, stress as an adult that we could continue to develop, or is that something that maybe was just focused on with children?
I think that study is focused on at early childhood, and I believe that we can still be impacted throughout the lifetime from those from being in fight or flight and having the adrenaline and the cortisol and having all this stuff rushing in, that those things would still could impact us as adults. Yeah, I think because the body is developing and everything as in children, that it might have a greater impact. She talked about the brain, the just everything that's impacted, all of our systems and development. But yes, yeah, I think yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I see Daniel, Amanda, Candace, Robbie.
Hey y'all, I want to say that that actually is completely relevant as an adult, because I'm sitting there listening to her talk and like, well, that's combat PTSD. The whole thing, your body changes from that trauma, and then part of the treatment is that you go back and like reprogram the body to respond in a healthy way from to new input, not always constantly being on that fear threshold, that the fight or flight mode. So it's completely relevant today, even if you're an adult, regardless of your childhood history.
Yes. And the neuroplasticity of the brain allows us to develop new pathways so that we don't respond to that same stimulus. We don't have the same response. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Daniel. Amanda.
Hey guys. So, I've seen this TED Talk. I saw it when it first came out several years ago, and I love it. It absolutely makes all the sense in the world. I work in a situation where we deal with co-occurring and a lot of really serious trauma. And in folks that are also suffering with substance use disorders. And one of the things that I correlate with that is a book that was written by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk, which is called The Body Keeps the Score. And it is an amazing correlation to the medical side, that multidisciplinary thing she was talking about, where you can relate the, whole holistic approach to it, and being trauma informed, and not approaching it like, let's trace it back. Where did it start? Because we compound trauma. Once trauma begins, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy in many folks. It just keeps compounding and it perpetuates. And it can cause all kinds of like just lasting stuff that just keeps bringing the trauma in. It's almost like we become trauma magnets. Like it just kind of draws itself to us. And so if we can look at trauma in a holistic way, and we can look at its effects, and we can look at the activating event, whatever it is, and trace it back to the original activating event, it's amazing how those things correlate. Like, where did this, okay, well, what happened before that? Okay, well, what happened before that? And when we get down to the core of it, it's a pattern. And using Nadine Burke and that study, as well as the Dr. van der Kolk book, to bring it all together, is just so helpful when dealing with peers who are suffering so much trauma and so much compounding trauma that just keeps going, and there seems like no hope and no way out. And if we can meet them where they are and trace it back from there, then we can move forward in a different and more compassionate way. And I think that's just amazing.
Thank you, Amanda. And the interesting thing is that, the services and historically, trauma hasn't been recognized. There hasn't been a focus on, helping folks resolve trauma. And so just even understanding, someone said it earlier, when I see somebody, at the store or wherever, to consider what's happened, and to understand that trauma changes everything about us. It changes, how we see ourselves, how we see the world, and how we show up and participate in the world. Go ahead, Candace.
Oh, thank you so much. I don't know if anybody else I felt a lot of feelings coming up from that. Like, my heart is racing just from watching that, because it's a lot of stored trauma that, that comes up. And lately it's been coming up for me. But what
You muted yourself.
What I posted in the chat is just from my personal, when I watched that, it just resonated with me. And right now it was like watching it for the first time again, like just being like, wow, someone gets it. And we are making progress, like it's necessary. And just my own experience with childhood trauma, and as an adult now, just seeing how much damage it caused and how it's still present, even with all the work that I do, all the work with my therapist, all the work with self-care, all the work that I do, it just seems like an ongoing thing. And I feel invalidated so many times when I go to the doctor, or I have panic attacks if I have to deal with a new doctor, because I feel unheard. I feel dismissed, like they're not listening to my experience. They're just grouping me in, and it's so frustrating that an everyday person, my daughter, let me just say this quickly. My daughter did her own research. She was diagnosed with bipolar and ADHD. I knew something was going on, but I didn't know what. So we took that, and she kept saying, my daughter was 16 at the time. And she said, her father is bipolar. So they just took the family history. Oh, your dad's bipolar? Okay, you're bipolar too. No one did any further investigation. They just gave her a diagnosis, gave her medicine, did not even try to figure out like, what is right for Sienna? And she did that for a while and had a traumatic experience just with that because she felt unheard. She could not connect with the medical professionals or the therapist. And she has BPD. She has suicidal ideation, extreme mood swings. And she did the research herself because she's like, this isn't right. She told us, she presented to her therapist, I did research and I believe I have BPD. It was a new therapist. And she said, why do you think that? And she looked at it and she did further investigation and a proper diagnosis. But she, as a child, had to do her own research. And she still has a struggle because limitations with insurance, it's just a struggle. It's very personal to me because my daughter, she is struggling right now and she needs help. And a lot of resources are not tailored to like tap into what she needs. But thank you. I've basically shared, sorry.
Thank you, Candace. It's okay. I mean, this is, like I said, trauma is pervasive. It you know, again, I said, 90% of the people who enter the public behavioral health system have experienced trauma. Today, it's hard to imagine that, that there's anyone who has not experienced trauma, especially, thinking about just, coming through the last 3 years. And so, yeah, and when that focus is on what's wrong rather than what's happened, then it's all about, getting to a diagnosis and focusing on, these symptoms. And oftentimes, again, what's really happening is lost. And people can get caught up in a loop of what's wrong. Here's this diagnosis, here's that diagnosis, here's this medication, here's that medication. And what happened, never gets touched or rarely gets touched. I know for me, it wasn't until my trauma was addressed that I was able to find lasting recovery. I was cycled in and out. And so, yeah, Robbie, you are going to be our last comment, and then we have a breakout room that we're going to go into.
Yeah, I just wanted to say really quick, one of the things, and like Candace, I'm feeling some feelings as well. The well reference really hit for me. When you have 100 children going to a well, 99 of them drink the water, get sick, and then they want to put medications on top of medications on top of medications of the 99. Why are you not asking what's going on in the well? And I think that's the hit. I live in a small town in South Carolina. I've been here for almost 4 years now when I left Atlanta, and I have finally found a trauma psychiatrist that gets me, that really gets me. And she's not, I have multiple diagnoses, but she is helping me get to the root. What happened? What happened to you? And let's see how we can go from what happened, start healing from all that's happened up to age 54. You know what I mean? And so I'm just really grateful for that. But I have to watch Miss Burke because she really I'm having some feelings. I really am. I'm having some feelings about it. She was on point, but I'm like Candace, I'm really having some feelings about it.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to take a minute to remind you all of your resiliency, that, in spite of, we're all still here and we are folks in long-term recovery, and we continue to, do what we need to do to get better. Just simply put, right now, and y'all, we're going to have a break coming up in just a minute. We're going to do this one breakout room and talk about that briefly. and then we'll be able to take a break. So if we need to shake it off, anybody that's been in the trauma-informed care training, we do the shake it off deal where, we can just shake the stress out. So right now, what we want to do is let me share my screen. We've been talking about that shift from what happened, from what's wrong with you to what's happened. And right now we want to go into some breakout rooms and have some conversation, and really want you all to talk about how does shifting the question from what's wrong with you to what happened to you shift what we do in our relationships. How does it change, and how does it change what we're listening for? So we're really thinking about the impact of trauma on relationships and how shifting that focus over from what's wrong to what happened, how that impacts what we do in our relationships. And so we're going to go out and breakout rooms. Y'all have about 10 minutes to talk about it. We'll come back and hear a little bit of feedback, and then we'll go into a break. Everybody got it?
All right, so the information there, those questions that Roz just laid out are in the chat. Like she said, we'll have about 10 minutes. There's going to be 5 people approximately in each room. A couple, I think, have 4. But please give every person the opportunity to share if they wish to. So we're going to need at least 2 minutes for each person when we got 10 minutes total. So I try not to share for longer than that because we want to give everyone the opportunity to share to do so again. So after 10 minutes is up, I'll give some little reminders as we're going through, and then you'll have a 30-second countdown after that 10 minutes has ended. You will have a prompt to join your room. You're not getting sent automatically. So if you're not at your computer right now and you're not listening to me, or the music is going, or you're on a phone call, you may not know that you need to press this blue button that's about to appear right now, and we will know. All right, y'all join your rooms. We'll see you back here in 10 minutes.
I stayed just to make fun of you.
If you don't join, you're going to the waiting room, so you might as well join.
Doctor, I'm not exactly sure what type of prompt. Hopefully it gives you a prompt to join.
I didn't
Yeah,
get
you
one.
have to beside your name. You should see a list of rooms and just click the circle.
Yeah, there should be an option down at the bottom that says breakout rooms. If you don't see a prompt there on your screen, where you can select to join the room that you are assigned to.
I'm very familiar with that process, but my laptop died, so I reconnected on my cell phone, and
looks like most people
did.
Okay, I see you are not assigned to a room, so I'm going to throw you in one.
Oh.
Let's get you to, let's see.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for being here, for doing this.
Thank you.
Right on.
You're going to room 21. Here you go.
Thank you, Brian.
Hey, Roz, I just wanted to say, hey, and welcome. Sorry I wasn't here when you started, but you're doing great. What a great crowd.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing. This is so exciting.
Thank you so much. You really have your finger on it. You're right with it. You're so present. I just wanted to say thanks. So I miss you a lot.
Hey, Carrie, you're still assigned to that room. So if you look down at the bottom of your screen, there should be an option for breakout rooms on the Zoom window. So if you click that, then it should have your ability to join the room. Hey, Fred, we see you there, or somebody.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. I guess he's not here. Then I was looking at.
I saw somebody cross by the screen, so I don't know if that was him or not, but.
I don't know, Mr. McNeil. I'm trying to look and see if they're in another one.
Hey, Brian.
Jocko not joined. None of them joined.
Yes, Roz.
I know we talked about this before. Do you think we want to just have them go automatically, and then those of us who go in, we can just leave the room? So
What do you mean?
Like if it rather than having them join, it puts them in the room automatically, and then if I go into a room, I can just leave the room. But I mean, everybody did good. I mean, this is.
Oh, well, I actually had all of y'all set up to, so Gene, Neil, Roz, and Tia, y'all were all going to a separate room. I know it gives you a prompt to join, but I had y'all broke out separately. But I just like it for our purposes, so that we can know who's actually with us or not. We don't want to send, because sometimes it may happen where, generally you broke it up pretty evenly, but
I got you.
If it's all
Right
right
now.
with y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and put these folks in the waiting room. Maybe they'll figure it out.
I can send some to you, it looks like.
Jocko, are you with us? Jocko, are you having trouble getting into the waiting room? I mean, get into the breakout?
I don't think he's there.
No. All righty. Tia,
Yes.
you'll probably get a call from Fred and Jocko. I have tried to call Fred several times earlier today to, so he can figure out how to get his computer audio. So I don't think he's really with us. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But Jocko was with us, so I don't know what's going on with him.
I'm not sure, but we always do want to make sure with Jocko that we try to give as clear instructions as possible. And if there's any visual stuff on the screen, that we're able to describe that as best we can also.
Right. So let me.
He would be the
call him.
only person I would be uncertain of how it prompts to, or how he would join.
Right. If you have trouble, I'm going to call him right now.
Well, he's on his phone too, in the Zoom meeting. So, but you can try to give him a call.
I can't wait till we're in person.
Yeah.
You know who's in the room. You can send them into dyads.
Yes.
Everybody else good?
Yes.
So I think, Brian, you did a good job of reminding people to not overshare, but I think that's always a good reminder, let everybody, we did that the other day. It was, where were we? Everybody, the same people were sharing over and over, and we had to, yesterday it was with Jesse, just call on someone who doesn't share, or just say.
Yeah, that's where I wrote that in the chat. I was hoping that people got the message that it's time to stretch. A lot of people on the Connect.
You're reading my mind, Neil. When everybody comes back, we have the same 5 people out of 119 people sharing, and so I'm going to speak to that when we come back.
I figured you would. All right, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna get ready for we have a advisory committee meeting I want to get prepared for. So I just wanted to say hi. I'll probably come in this afternoon.
Okay.
How this goes till 4?
Yeah.
5, 4?
4.
Yeah, I'll come back.
Thank you for coming in, Neil.
No, thank you. I appreciate y'all.
See you.
I miss Roz, and I miss Sherry, and I miss all my friends at the Mental Health Consumer Network, Chris. So hopefully we'll get to see you soon.
Hope so. Thank you, Neil.
All right, guys. Love y'all.
Yeah, I don't think I'm joining the advisory board meeting today.
I mean,
Did you try calling?
Yeah, he's not answering.
Okay.
I'm gonna text him though, so he'll know it's me. Oh, no. I don't know. I don't know if he just left it on and got frustrated because of the videos or whatever. I don't know.
Well, though, I mean, I guess the first video did have some visual components to it. The second one was just the TED Talk. So.
Right. But we'll see what he says if he calls back or whatever. And if we have trouble with this one, we can get him set up for the next one. Try to figure it out before. But guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I can't help it.
Thanks.
It's been hours.
You got 2 minutes.
I
All right.
didn't do the first video. That's why I had to turn my camera off. I jumped up and ran. All right, we're doing pretty good with time. This will probably be 5 minutes over by the time I get a few comments. It'll probably be 10:50 but I'll limit the comments when they come back so we can try to stay on track.
I mean, it looks like we're still on.
Oh yeah,
on
we're
point
doing.
there.
Yeah, we're pretty good.
good.
We're break at 10:45. So
Give the no hogs, no logs speech.
we'll get to that one, Gene.
Yeah, it's so easy in person because in person you can just do a sweep, you know?
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, all the folks sitting in the back.
Yep. We do like Robin Williams did once. He did a show and he started off in the back of the house.
All right, they got 30 seconds. You're gonna start filtering back in now.
Recorded.
Everybody's trickling back in. All right, I think that's almost everyone, and hopefully you all had some interesting conversation. And I'd like to hear from a few folks. What came up, in your breakout rooms. How does focusing on or switching the question from what happened, from what's wrong with you to what happened, how does that change what we do in relationship? And I'm going to say right now, y'all, it's 110, 114 of you on. And, I really would like to hear from everybody. If I could get a comment from every person at some point today, that would be quite an accomplishment. So I see Alexis Pitts. Hey, Emily.
So for me, it was, I shared earlier this week too, I never really knew what my traumas were until I got into recovery. And I've been in recovery for nearly 5 years. And I thought for the longest time that everything that happened was my fault. And everything that I had been through is my fault. But nobody knew to guide me any different than that. And when I was in accountability court, they had put me in trauma counseling. And my counselor, she is probably the best person that I know. She's the most genuine person. And I never really paid attention to, she did ask me what happened to you versus what's wrong with you. And so I guess knowing, that I did the trauma-informed care training this week and then kind of going back over it, like I still feel validated and knowing that the things that happened to me were not my fault. So I think with the shift with the question, like it does a lot more for you than you actually realize that it does.
Okay, thank you. All right, Emily.
So, hey, thanks, Roz, and thanks for this. This has been awesome. We had an awesome group. I think for me, it's that learning that difference between sympathy and empathy. You know, because like when I first came into recovery, I didn't know if people were pitying me and when I was, helping other people, do I pity them? And the real point of it is like we were sharing in our group, people want to be heard. People don't want to be fixed. I don't want anyone telling me what to do. I don't want people pitying me. I want people to walk alongside me and support me, and I think that's the difference between empathy and
Yeah, I just got done speaking.
and this whole, the idea of what happened to you versus
I
what's
just
wrong.
got done speaking.
It's
Thank you, Emily.
huge,
Go
so
ahead.
thanks for
Go
letting
ahead
me
and
share.
mute yourself. Thank you, Emily. Yeah, there was someone who, yeah. Okay, we'll take one more comment and then let's see, let's hear from
Me.
Who was me?
Felicia.
Go ahead, Felicia.
Hey, Roz. Look, I love this question. And I use it with my peers in saying, what happened to you? Validating that their experience was different, could be different, even though we all were in the car accident. How did you experience it? What effect did it have on you? What did you feel? What record was playing on the radio? How do you feel when you hear that in other situations? And then that opens up the way for me to teach them relaxation or yoga or mindful meditation. At saying what happened to you also removes the blame. It's not your fault. You experience it as a human being in life. We're going to go through things or experience things, but I'm interested in the way you experienced it. So that opens up a whole new dynamic to our relationship. It changes it in that they can talk to someone and they feel safe and they know that they're not the victim, but they can be victorious through this with this partner, which I am, their recovery coach, to help them get through this. I just love that. And I use that with my own sponsor is also a therapist. So when I talk to her about doing my steps, she'd be like, if that's all wrong with you, then you shouldn't have no problem. She said, get real. And I had to get real. And I remember trauma and molestation back as far as 5 years old. And I had to relive that. And she told me that you were a child. And I had to let go of that. And that really helped me. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. All right, I said that was going to be the last one, but I see Jen's hand up. And so Jen, please talk to us about what happens when we change this question or switch perspective.
Hey, Roz, it's so good to see you and to be here with everyone. What's coming to mind for me is the need for us to unburden ourselves of our pasts, of these traumas that we've been carrying around. Many of us have been carrying around for most of our lives. And when we phrase it coming from the perspective of what happened rather than what's wrong, that creates space. It creates space. I'm a lot more likely to start sharing about what happened to me. If somebody asks me about it, rather than what's wrong with you, I'm going to shut down. If somebody asks me what's wrong, it's an automatic shutdown. I then don't get to share about my experiences and free myself of these things, of these pains and suffering that I've been carrying around. So we got to be able to liberate ourselves somehow. And talking about it is one of the best ways to do that. So we have to find effective ways to create space to talk about these things.
Perfect. Thank you, Jen. Thank you. And with that, I don't even need to add anything to that. It's 10:50 and we will go on a 15-minute break and be back at 11:05. Thank you. And Cam, I like what you said about being more inclined to listen than to fix. That's absolutely, yes.
I can't actually take credit for that. Somebody in my group said it. I just stuck it out there. So,
Cool,
but we
cool.
all liked it.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Go on break and come back in 15 minutes. 11:06. Thank you. Right. And you all are sharing qualities of the individual, of the relationship that you were in that allowed you to make a breakthrough, that allowed you to push through your comfort zone. And the thing that I just want to put out there for you is all of these qualities that you all just listed. That's who we want to be as peer supporters. These are the qualities that we want to bring to peer support. And with that, we'll probably give lots of other people opportunity to move through their comfort zone. We want to be that person. And so thinking about that, we're going to go ahead and talk about this shift from helping to learning. And let's see, I got knocked out. Current slide, here we go. All right. And so in thinking about that, when we start to think about this shift from helping to learning, we're really talking about what is it that I came to do? What is my purpose in this relationship, right? And am I here to do for, or am I here to do with, right? And so one of the things that comes up a lot of times is that even though like all those qualities you all just listed, oftentimes once we get into this role of peer support, we can fall into that doing to other people some of the stuff that was done to us that we didn't really like. And so this is all about what we can create together, what we can learn from each other, and how we can do this, in a way that supports both of us really, because we'll get to mutuality in peer support. We'll get to mutuality as a part of intentional peer support. And so it's about what we can do together rather than helping people. This is where this learning and growing together is rooted. And so even if, say you work on an ACT team and you have to go shopping or do whatever, that is like the vehicle. But while we're shopping, what are we doing? I still want to connect with you. I still want to get to know you. I still want to focus on this relationship, and not just have this trip be strictly about shopping. It's about coming together and growing together. And so, again, thinking about what is my purpose in this relationship. And so what we're going to do now, we're going to really think about this helping, okay? And when we talk about helping, we're talking about helping in that traditional sense of the word. Oftentimes in the traditional sense within the mental health system, when we think about helping, it's kind of like code for taking over and doing for, right? And so we're going to put you in breakout rooms, and you're going to be in small groups, 5 or 6 again, and you're going to have 15 minutes. And so what I would really like you to do is we have these questions here. What might I think my purpose is in relationship if I'm always the helper? Okay. How might it feel to always be the helper? How might I start to think about myself if I'm always the helper? If I'm always in this role, how might I start to think about myself? And whose needs am I often meeting? Okay. And we want you to consider these 4 questions from each position. And so we want you to consider it from the helper position first. And then we wanted you to shift and consider it from the helpee position. What might I think my purpose is in relationship if I'm always the helpee, if I'm always on the receiving end of help? How might it start to feel to always be in this role of helpee? How might I start to think about myself if I'm always in this role? And if I'm the helpee, whose needs am I often meeting? And then take some time to consider it from that place of learner, and this is, if we're thinking about intentional peer support, ideas that we both learn and grow together. So it doesn't really matter what side of the coin you're on, so to speak. Think about it from a position of a learner. Does this make sense to y'all, what we're asking you to do? Okay. Usually we break people out. If we're together, we give, one role. We divide the roles up, but since we're all on Zoom, we will we'll ask you to consider all 3 roles or all 3 positions, and then we'll come back and talk about it.
Said 15 minutes.
Yep.
All right, y'all got a lot of questions, about 3 minutes apiece if you can. Hopefully y'all be able to spend some time to talk about each one. Everyone have an opportunity to share. Groups of around 5, a couple with 6. All right, if y'all can, this time you're going automatically. See ya.
Do we need to stop recording?
Yes.
Looks like everybody's back.
All right. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So you all
Almost.
talked about
We
those
got almost
positions.
everyone back. Give them a few more seconds.
Actually, it's only half. Thank you, Brian.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see 58. I see
Yeah,
it.
we had a 60-second countdown. So some of them came back, they were finished, and some of them are still chatting it up. So they got about 20 seconds left.
Okay.
Gotcha.
There may be some that are also froze due to the storms and may not be coming back.
Yeah, that's true, but they'll pop back
Probably
in.
right.
Yeah, it's just pouring down out here.
Y'all knew it was a connect. Why y'all let this storm happen?
What is that?
Because I'm not God.
The storms are coming just so that we can show how much we really want to be here.
I'll go with that
We
one.
got it the other day in Augusta. We had hail and storming. It was ridiculous day before yesterday. I thought it was gonna break my windshield coming down. Now all we still got is the yellow storm of the pollen that you can see blowing in clouds through the pine trees. It's awful. That's why I sound like this.
All right. You got your horn call on.
Rosalind,
Yeah.
before we start, could you remember the men, please? When picking hands, look for the men.
I got 100.
Doug, she heard you once, so that's why she was jumping on the folks that she hadn't heard yet. So that was why she skipped over.
It doesn't have to be me. It doesn't have to be me.
He just okay. It just needs to be a man. I got you. Thank you, Doug.
All right.
Doug and Son. Thank you. All right. All right. Looks like everyone is back, and so we're looking at what it feels like. We had those 4 questions. What is it? What might I think? Hold on. Let me get my slide back up. I'm sorry. Here we go. Okay. So the question is, what might I think my purpose in the relationship is? And we'll start with the helper position. You all discuss each position. Hopefully you had opportunity to hit each one of them. And so I'd like to hear from a few folks. What might I think my purpose is in relationship if I'm always the helper? See some hands. We went from nobody.
You might just have to call on somebody.
I was trying to let somebody else talk. Go ahead, Jerome.
Jerome's hand is up. So there we go, Doug. Go ahead, Jerome. Talk to us. Somebody told me I need to call on more men. So come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I'm pleased to be here. I'm really excited. And I just like to, I feel like what I think my purpose is as a helper is to give whatever I have to give, to meet the person where they are, and to just give whatever give what I have.
Okay.
And not, and I'm a very compassionate. I like to help, and I love to heal, try to heal anyway. So the thing is not to fix it, not to try to fix it, but to listen to them, give them a validation, and to hear, what they have, and then, offer suggestions and help. Hopefully I will inspire and empower them as well. And just looking at it, being humble and thankful for where I am, and the opportunity that I have to be there and to be a helper. It's just amazing. First and foremost, to be a helper. I was always a helpee for so long, and with so many people and going through so many things. To be a helper is just, I'm just so grateful to have an opportunity to hopefully help somebody else.
Thank you, Jerome. And I heard you said a helper, a healer, an inspirer, an empowerer. That's a lot. That's
Absolutely.
A lot, man. That's how you might start to think of yourself in that role as a healer and an empowerer and an inspirer. Okay. All right. Debbie.
Okay, so I was sharing, and it's pretty easy to do because the person's in the group, the 100 and some. is that if I'm always the helper, I'm going to burn out so fast. That's the wrong role. That was sort of the role that came out of, there were a couple of us that went back in the dark ages here for when we first started recovery, when they were doing things different. And I was told, you're a mess. You don't do things right. You do what we tell you. You're the one overdosing. We're going to help you. And then all of a sudden, I will burn out. And going through various times, it's better when it's the learner and back and forth. It takes on different characteristics. So there might be a situation where maybe that time I'm a little bit more helping, but when I'm doing learning, I'm using my listening skills, and so are they. We help one another and we get support, and we seem to have this ability to know what's needed. And that doesn't mean you have to know the person really well. I think it's really being able to listen and ask the right questions. And so we have sort of really talked about that in that listening role, but I can only share for myself, if I'm always in the helper role, I'm going to be burned out, and that'll be it.
All right.
It has to be more than that, or at least it has to be, different from that.
Different than that. Thank you, Debbie. All right, y'all. Let's try to, because we're going to hit each position. If we can just limit what we're sharing right now to helper, because I really want to be able to draw the contrast. Debbie, you did a great job with, going through it. If we can stick with helper so that we can, talk about that, then we'll talk about helpee, and then we'll talk about the learner position. So Mr. Sheffield, talk to us about how it might feel to be in the role of helper all of the time.
As a helper, I've been in the role of a helper all the time. Gives me feelings of responsibility. If I am in the role of helper, then people are dependent upon me, and so it also causes me to be very careful about how I navigate in helping folk, because the responsibility is great, because we're talking about we're not manufacturing workers. We're talking about humanity that we're dealing with, and humans are very fragile, and we have to be very, very mindful of what we speak into the life of an individual. So yeah, as a helper, I feel a degree of great responsibility.
All right, it's all, we're dealing with humanity, and it's on my shoulders to save humanity. That's a lot of weight to carry as a helper, huh? All right, let's Ramona, tell me, answer this specific question for me, if you will, Ramona. Whose needs am I often meeting if I'm always the helper? Whose needs am I meeting?
Well, it's funny, in our breakout, it's not funny, in our breakout group, we talked about, I have felt before that in the helper role, that whose need I was actually serving because of what I was being asked to do and the requirements I was being given was actually the structure above me, okay, and not the people I was there to serve.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me throw the same question. Whose need am I actually meeting to Andrea? I hope I'm saying it right.
Hi, thank you. Whose needs am I often meeting? If I'm not careful, they'll just be my own. If I'm always in the role of helper, I run the risk of a false sense of developing a false sense of superiority. Yes. And that changes the power dynamic, and I'm no longer the giver. I am the taker because I think I need more. And if I'm running off of arrogance, I'm doing nobody any favors. And it runs exactly the opposite as the learner. Thank you.
Yeah. How about that?
Amen.
That? I feel great. I feel great when I help people, right? And if I tell you what to do, and you do it and it works out, boom, I get some. That's me serving myself oftentimes in that situation. Hey, Wally. And so yeah, good. Okay, let's switch over. And Philip, I love that. Doug, I saw that face like, never thought of it that way. And that's what this is about, you know, seeing things a little bit differently, you know, having a bit of a shift in perspective, and maybe unlearning some of what it is that we think we know, or that we, you know, hold so dearly. Let's talk about being in that help-e role, in that help-e position. What might I think my purpose in relationship is if I'm always the help-e? And Charles, do you want to answer that question? Talking about the help-e specifically.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. If I'm in the help-e role, it's so long since I've been in that role, but then if I'm in the help-e role, I am looking for assistance as well as I'm learning everything I can as the help-e. I'm trying to learn how I can gain from myself the knowledge that I can use to help the others as the help-e. That's what I think in that role.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Charles. Jennifer, tell me what I might think my purpose is if I'm always help-e in a relationship.
If I was always I'm Jennifer, and for me, if I was always the helpee, I wouldn't feel like I had a purpose. Like, it would make me feel less of a person. It's really hard to ask for help anyway, and if you're always the one asking for help or the one who's needing help, it just kind of wears on you. It makes you feel like your self-esteem's not where it needs to be. For me, it lowered my self-worth. Like, I just had a lot going on in my head when I was always asking for help or being the helpee.
Yes, yeah. Okay, one more. Let's hear from one more person.
Awesome.
Yes.
That was very interesting in my group. Everybody said that. This
Who is
Felicia.
that? Felicia, you gotta raise your hand, Felicia. You can't just
I did raise my hand. My hand is up.
It's not up, and you gotta wait for me to call on you. Okay, it's 110 people on here. We can't just jump in. So
I apologize.
Okay, no worries. And thank you, Felicia. Edmund, if you're always the help-e, what might you think your purpose in relationship is? Remember, intentional peer support is about building, it's a framework for building healthy relationships. And we enter into any relationship we're in, there's something we get out of it. We have a reason in this relationship. And if I'm always the help-e, what might I think my purpose is? Go ahead, Edmund.
Okay, well, for me, the help-e is the hard part, because I have to admit that I'm needing help. I have to be vulnerable. So that erodes some of my confidence, and that it opens up that whole vulnerability that I don't like. I'm more comfortable in the other roles, but I have to admit that I have to be in that role sometime. I've had to be there, even if I didn't like it. So I have to be open to something different. I have to be, and for that, I have to admit that I'm not perfect.
All right.
And I can feel less than real fast.
Yeah, you can feel
If
less
I stay me.
Yes. And if we, yes. And thinking about it, if I'm always the help-e, then I might think my purpose in relationship is to be helped and to have a problem. And the only way that I can be recognized in the relationship is if I have some sort of problem. I have something that I need help with. That's what I might think my purpose is. I see Candace like, yeah. And you might know people like that. You might have relationships or have noticed that dynamic in a relationship where, the person comes to you, they always are coming with a problem because they feel like that's the only way that they are able to connect is I need to bring some kind of problem. That's how I'm going to be heard. That's how I'm going to, have somebody engage with me is if I bring a problem. because that, I am the helpee. And so again, and I might start to think of myself, as you all said, unable, incapable, we think about what is it, learned helplessness, you know what I mean? And the entitlement that comes with that, and the system is one that creates dependency. It puts people in that helpy position, and you don't know what you want. It takes away your voice, takes away choice. And, lots of times it's all about us. I'm the expert, and I know what you should do. I know what you need, and I'll let you know what it is. And you don't have really any input, so this whole thing about nothing about us without us, that's about, and being trauma informed is about me having a voice and a choice and being an active part in this relationship, not me just being passive here while somebody else gives to me and lets me know what it is that I think, what I want, and what I should have. And so, yes. So let's think quickly about how this changes. Oh, and with the helper, let me ask this question. Somebody answer this one for me. Helpee, whose needs are you often meeting if you're the helpee? Who wants to take that one? Whose needs are you often meeting if you're the helpee? Sarah.
My own.
Huh?
My own.
Okay. All right. And anybody think anything different than that?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead,
I can't. I don't know how to raise my hand, so that's why.
Okay, you can do like this. Go ahead, Wally.
Okay. Actually, I'll be helping the other person's needs, because the other person is dictating how I should do this and how I should do that. So I'll be a people pleaser. So now I'm gonna do what you asked me to do, because it makes me feel better, and it makes you definitely feel better, because I empower you.
Yes, you're pleased with me. If I do what you say, then you're happy with me. And so it might not be what I want. It might, but this is what you said I should do. And I want to be, I want to be in this relationship with you. I need this, and so when I do what you say, it pleases you. And so ultimately, yes, I am very often meeting the helper's needs. Now I might benefit from all of this, but when you think about this relational dynamic, very often I'm meeting the helper's needs. Yes, thank you. And lastly, quickly, let's think about in this learner space. What is that like? What might I start? Whose needs are being met in the learner space? Sarah.
In the learner space, I feel like both individuals' needs are being met. So we're both, I'm helping you, you're helping me, and we're growing together. So that's definitely a space I prefer to be in. I hate being the helpee role. I can't stand it.
Yeah. Tell me why. You said you can't stand the helpee. Why? What is it about that helpee position?
Part of it is I'm just by nature, like, I'm going to do everything myself. I don't need your help. I'm not defective. I'm not broken. Because that's what I hear when someone says, let me help you. Let me do this. It's just like, I'm not dead. I can do things. So I think accepting help and being helpy, even though I hate saying that word, sometimes that's cool. That everybody needs that. But all the same, every single time, no, can't do it.
Yeah. Excellent. Very good. Very good. And again, we're thinking about help because, like you said, at some point in time, we all need help. But we're thinking about help, in a really specific way, in the traditional sense of what you get in the behavioral health system. And again, that help being code for kind of taking over and kind of taking you out of the equation. And I'm the expert. I have the answers. It's a one-way relationship, where the helpee doesn't have a whole lot of input, and it's not a place, where the helpee traditionally, feels empowered, it's that place where the helpee is kept kind of dependent. And you know, the focus is all on deficits rather than strengths. And the helpee is kept in a place of dependence. And so that's what we're talking about. And when we move into the space of learning, co-learning, then there is some mutuality, and you know, both people bring value to the relationship, you know. And so just going over before we move to the next principle, when we're thinking about helping versus learning, you know, we see others as capable co-learners and responsible adults rather than non-responsible, fragile, or needing advice, guidance, and monitoring, right? We approach relationships with curiosity and interest rather than with set ideas, assumptions, and predictions. You know, when you're the helper, you know, I got the answer. I know what you need. You know, I understand your situation. I can assess it, and I understand the situation. I got the set ideas about what you need, and I can be predictive about, if you do this, this will happen. If you don't do this, this is what's going to happen, right? And rather than doing that, we want to come in with curiosity and interest. When we're learning versus helping, we're eager to learn from each other and discover each other's interests, you know, experiences, insights, and talents, and things like that. So that's what I meant, you know, when we're at the grocery store, okay, that's great, we're at the grocery store, but what is our conversation like? You know, I want to get to know you. I want to know what you dream about. I want to know what makes you tick, you know what I mean? And how we can share this. Candace, I love you, man. You just, oh, I love you. I just watch you and I'm like, yes. You know, when we're learning versus helping, we're open to new ways of looking at things, you know? So rather than me imposing my viewpoint onto the other person and kind of guiding them, well, look at it this way. Well, you should see, I know you see it that way, but why don't you see it this way? You should think about it this way. Rather than imposing our own views onto people, you know, we're open to discovering and hearing and learning from the other person, you know. We're willing to try out new ideas and new approaches, you know, there are multiple pathways, rather being inflexible and attached to certain fixed ideas or ways of doing things, you know. And we find ways to stay peer, y'all. When we're learning versus helping, we find ways to stay peer, even when we're asked for help or advice, you know, versus assuming the expert role, you know. Well, you know, you want to know how to do it, this is how to do it, you know. We avoid falling into that expert role. And you know, we allow time for new understandings to emerge rather than jumping straight into problem solving or imposing solutions. You know, let's see, what could it be? You know, let the person, you know, come to their own answer, because, you know, generally it's in there, you know, rather than, again, jumping straight into problem solving and giving a fix. We want to just, you know, let it sit out there and marinate a little bit, have some conversation and see what comes up. So yes, that is what we're talking about when we're talking about learning versus helping. I see some hands up. Are there anything that you need to say before we move on? Go ahead, Kristen. Did I say it right? I always get your name wrong. Kristen. Okay. All right.
Kirsten.
Okay, got it. Go ahead, Kirsten.
I just, you know, while you were talking, I was thinking about some of the things we learned in like CPS, you know, training, or, you know, CARES training, like with PICPA, or, you know, as far as like the practice intentionally not knowing, you know, asking questions first, you know, and then, you know, the pink or see, all of that would be very beneficial as far as figuring out in a learner's perspective with a mutually beneficial relationship. It's really difficult, I think, for me, especially going from that role, you know, of support, you know, of what, you know, whatever else, and like not trying to fix, because, you know, I have this deep down thing where like I'm Superwoman or something, and I can, you know, save the whole world and fix everything. And, you know, that's definitely not, you know, how we as, you know, CPSAD or, you know, whatever role you're in are supposed to handle things. And so I think thinking about the learner role is the mutually beneficial, and then being in the helpy role is very uncomfortable. Like for me, especially, like lately I've had a lot of things come up and I've had to be in that helpy role. And like, I'm like, no, I'm good. I don't want to do it. I'm good. And that's not healthy either. You know,
Yeah.
not allowing other people to care or help, you know, in a situation is not good. So
Yeah. Yeah. And learning a different approach is what this is about. And I think Emily said it earlier. She's like, I don't want to be fixed. I don't want to be helped. You know, I don't want to be told what to do. And everybody's nodding their head, but we are so happy to tell somebody else what to do. We got the answer. We are, you know, immediately willing to tell somebody else what they need to do. But at the same time, and that's what I was talking about, falling into doing to others things that we don't want folks to do to us. And if we can remember that place of lived experience, don't tell me what to do, you know, walk with me and you know, let's figure it out together, but don't tell me what to do. Don't fix me. I see it. Don't rob someone of their opportunity to grow. Absolutely. You know, and so, yeah, that's what we're talking about when we're talking about that shift. Okay. We need to move on to, let's go ahead and talk about, the shift from individual to relationship. All right. And so, let's see. So generally, you know, if we have that helper helpy dynamic going, right, then it's a one-way relationship, right? It's all focused on the individual. It's all focused on the helpee, right? And so we can see here, take a look at this list and tell me if anything, you know, if there's anything that stands out to you on this list and you know, why on either side of it. You can just raise your hand.
Can you repeat that, please?
Just looking at these focuses on the other person, focuses on the other person changing. We have predetermined outcomes. Our conversations get stuck on problem solving. We both influence each other. We learn and communicate with honesty and openness. No one is the problem. If any of these stand out to you, I'd like to hear what it is and why, and maybe if you have an example.
I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and get it out. I feel you see me back here like just wild. So when it's about the individual, I have noticed through my experience since being a certified peer specialist that my approach was definitely that, like focusing on the individual. I noticed that I recognize, I don't know, over time, I was like, this just don't feel right. It don't sound right. How can I change my approach? Because of, you know, the codependency, people pleasing, wanting to fix stuff, just that's been my nature or, you know, my go-to. However, since I've been the volunteer coordinator for GCSA and interacting with peers through our virtual all recovery meeting, it has changed my life because it allowed me to see them as people, and we built a relationship. My focus was on building relationships, genuine relationships, and I was able to take out me and what I think or what my experience was and just get to know them. And when they share, I'm able to remind them of the qualities that they have and inspire others. And it has created so much change, like a mutual. When I had a CARES presentation, my first one that Loree encouraged me to do for the virtual all recovery meeting. And I was wowed that one of the peers who on our Phenom squad, that's the volunteer team, he sat with me probably for we probably did 3 hours, 2 or 3 hours together because he helped me do my PowerPoint. It's mutual. There are things that I can gain that will change my life from you, and there's things that you may gain, but we have to build a relationship and connect, and feeling safe and building trust has to come before that. Like that's the jump off. Making others know that they're safe and allowing them to build up to trusting you. It's not just instant, you know? and just have the patient learn to communicate and connect. I love this. This is exactly where I'm at.
Thank you, Candace. All right, Cam.
So what did I write? I wrote it down. I don't like the predetermined outcomes part because I feel like everybody's an individual and everybody has their own walk to recovery. And so people are different. There are some things that are the same to the recovery process, like getting a routine, exercise, connection with higher power, those types of things. But when it comes to outcomes of what, if people have something going on with them, I think everybody's outcome is different. And so I love when you said, let things sit there and marinate for a little bit. I think that for me, it's like just sitting in it with somebody and allowing things to organically happen. But I also love on this side here, when it's about the relationship, then no one is a problem. I just find that to be, I don't know, yummy is the word that comes to me, but just better than, and more togetherness than having, a person in need. And then I keep thinking about the therapist, but that's not what it is. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, the expert, one person
Yes.
in the expert role, that's the helper and the helpee. And
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hey, Roz, is it okay if we read this book, this slide for Jocko?
Yeah,
And for
yeah,
other
yeah.
people who might be having trouble reading it. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
hardly see it.
It says, here, let me get back over here. I'm like got 5 different screens going. So it says, when it's about the individual, the focus is on the other person changing. We have predetermined outcomes and our conversation gets stuck on problem solving. Okay. It says when it's about the relationship, we both influence each other. We learn to communicate with honesty and openness, and no one is the problem. And so that is, when we're shifting from individual to relationship. And just for the sake of time, y'all, we're gonna keep moving, just because we want to get you to lunch and stay kind of close to schedule. And so the thing is, when we move from individual to relationship, then it's the focus is there's a shared responsibility, okay? And the focus is on the relationship, okay? It's not about me taking care of you or you taking care of me. It's about us taking care of the relationship. And what do we need to be together in relationship? And so, thinking about the moving from relationship from individual to relationship, it really is proactively caring about the health of the relationship and how it's going for everyone. Is mutuality is there, okay? And again, the relationship, our concern is that it's working well for everyone. And we attend to universal relational needs. And Candace, you spoke to this a little bit, the need for mutual respect, dignity, interest, engagement, openness to multiple perspectives. If it's going to be a relationship, then we have to have that open space for these things to happen. It can't be all about what I think you should do. It can't be, you're the helpee and I'm the helper. We're going to be in relationship together in mutuality. And what you have to offer and what you bring to the relationship is valuable. What I have to offer and what I bring to the relationship is valuable. And how can both of these things be recognized? And so, we talk about that ebb and flow of connection, so somebody said it earlier, I might be the one who's, really benefiting today from what it is that you're offering. And tomorrow you might be the one that's really benefiting from what I offer. And so there's like this ebb and flow that happens. And so, it means that we take responsibility for our personal agendas. I got to check my agenda. If I'm coming in and my agenda is to fix you, is to help you, then I got a whole plan laid out for you. Maybe before I ever even met you, I got a whole plan laid out for you, maybe before I ever even met you. And so I need to really be able to check my agenda, my assumptions, and all of those things. And because all those things impact the relationship. We just talked about those dynamics that come up and how, what I might think my role is, how it might feel, you know, if I'm in one of these positions, helper, helpee position. If the focus is on me and you know, you're the expert and I'm the person that the focus is on, there's certain dynamics that are created that impact the relationship. What the relationship needs, what's good for the relationship is the priority, rather than the focus being on the individual preference or interest. Okay. So again, it is about relational care, and really sharing our personal experiences in ways that can be heard by others. You know, again, some folks, you know, oh, what I love about peer support is I get to share my story, and it's like my story is the answer to everything. That your story is your story, and it was the answer for you, but the other person has a story too, you know. And so how are both of these things relevant? And you know, something that's really big with this and taking care of relationship is reciprocal feedback. You know, how is it going? How is this working for you? How are we? How is our relationship? You know, checking in to make sure that it is working, and being honest if it's not working, and having a space that will allow for that kind of honest, open communication. Okay. And again, where we're not focused on problems, you know, we're focused on getting to know a person, getting to know what makes them tick. What do you dream about? What are you passionate about? You know, and some of those other things will work themselves out, or we'll get to that at some point, but really connecting and focusing on something other than I'm here to fix you, you know, what's the problem? And so that is just in a nutshell, that wraps up relationship versus individual. And Brian, just time check. This is where we were scheduled to go to lunch, and we also have a little bit more to do. And so do we want to push on through, or do we want to go ahead and go to lunch and come back?
Can you get through this in less than 5 minutes? If not, then I would say that let's go ahead and
I can't
take our lunch break.
Okay. So yeah, we got a 30-minute lunch break.
Here's a shout out to Doug too. That little guy looks just so cute right there.
All right. Got a 30-minute lunch break, and so we'll be back at 12:46. Enjoy lunch. We'll pick back up talking about moving from fear to hope and possibility. Thank y'all.
12:46. Hopefully y'all got y'all's lunch close by.
It's 12:17 now, so 12:47.
We might even give you till 12:50. We'll see. If we want you back at the computer at 12:47.
12:50 is good. Let's call it 12:50.
Sounds good. Thank you.
12:50 sounds good to me.
All right. Thank y'all. Enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to share anything during the chat, feel free to. Also, if you want to jump into, maybe you got somebody that you were connecting with, or you want to connect further, instead of us on unmute during this time, I would ask that y'all, I'm going to give you some options to join a breakout room if you want to have lunch with a friend. And so let me open up in the chat. You can choose to send direct messages, and I'm going to let you choose which rooms you want to go to. There will not be, I'll close the rooms before we come back from lunch, but you can choose your rooms. And yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
Absolutely. If you want to just shoot a chat to whoever you want to, if y'all want to jump in a room together, you got 20 different rooms to choose from. Hopefully that's enough. Or you may just want to enjoy your lunch in peace. That's okay too.
I really need to talk to you, but I can schedule it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll email you.
What's your favorite number between 1 and 20?
My favorite number between 1 and 20.
Yeah, go ahead. Hurry up.
17.
All right. Let's go to 17 then.
17, Candace. I never took you for a 17 type of girl.
Yeah, I'm still 17 on most days.
Okay, I get the number now.
Okay, Doug.
I'm gonna join y'all.
Okay. How do I do it?
Just go to join breakout room and pick room 17.
I don't see that.
At the bottom of your screen, you should see breakout rooms.
Brian, am I?
He's already
right. So, all right, y'all. Before we look at shifting from fear to hope and possibility, I just want to share a little metaphor with you that kind of illustrates that shift from helping to learning. Okay, and so say Jean O and I are going to Australia. Of course, Jean has been to Australia a million times. I've never been to Australia. And so when we go to Australia, you can probably imagine, Jean, it's going to be an awesome trip. We're going to do all of the things that Jean knows and loves. She already knows all the best places to eat, all the sights to see, you know, the best hotel to stay in. She knows all about it because she's been there. And so she will essentially be my tour guide. And I'm going to go along with her, you know, because I trust her. You've been there, you know, let's go. And basically she'll be my tour guide, and we'll have fun, I'm sure. But it will be a very different experience if we go to Australia and neither of us has ever been there. Then we're going to figure it out together. We're going to, you know, well, I read about this restaurant. Well, you know, I'm not sure, you know, we're going to navigate everything together, and we might eat some terrible food, and we might end up in some places we don't want to be, and we'll figure out how to come back from that together. But it's going to be a co-learning kind of experience. And it's going to be us, you know, right in there side by side, figuring it out as we go along. And that is, you know, the idea that we want to have or bring to our relationships and peer support. Because truly, if you've supported one person, you supported one person, if we're able to open up that place of possibility. You know, you supporting people can look the same if I'm imposing what I know on them. So this relationship, every relationship is going to be pretty much the same. But if I create space for that individual, you know, for us to be in relationship together, where it's not just about me being the tour guide, me being the expert, but they are able to come in and we can go, you know, side by side with each other, and they have input and they bring value, and what they want is important, then every relationship will be different, and each experience will be different. Just like if we've never been to this place before and we figure it out together. All right, now let's go ahead on to, we are now looking at this shift from fear and fear-based responses to hope.
Roz, 1 second. If we can get everybody to please start your videos. That is one of the requirements to attend today's Connect. We want to see your lovely faces. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Sorry, Roz, go ahead.
No worries. No worries. All right. So we are now talking about this shift from fear and fear-based responses to hope and possibility. And as you can see here, it says fear-based relationships are based on what's wrong and what we are afraid is going to happen, right? And so the focus is on the problem and how things can just go left. And that is the focus of the relationship. Hope-based relationships are based on what's possible, where we're going and how we can co-create something new. And so that's a very different perspective than, you know, problem focus, what's wrong, and all of the things that we are afraid is going to happen, right? And so when we are fearful and in that fear-based place, it's easy, you know, when fear takes over, we fall straight into risk assessment. Oh my God, you know, are you okay? What do you need? You're not okay right now. We fall straight into risk assessment. We do things and tell the person, this is for your own good. So we take over. When fear creeps in, we take over. I'm uncomfortable, so I need to control the situation. Think about, why do people say when somebody starts crying, why do people say, oh, don't cry? Why do people say that? Why do they say don't cry? And somebody quickly tell me why.
It makes people uncomfortable for people to cry, and they get put in this situation like
absolutely
they don't want you to hurt, and and they just want you to feel better and not feel bad.
Yes. I'm asking you not to cry because, oh my God, it's making me feel so uncomfortable. Can you please stop? It really is not about what you're going through. It's about, ooh, I am so uncomfortable. Can you, oh, please, it's gonna be okay. Please stop. Because I feel uncomfortable when you're doing that. And that's just a small example of, I'm uncomfortable and need to control the situation. And oftentimes when fear takes over, people are removed from the community. Oh, you're scaring people. You're standing on the corner talking to yourself, or, whatever, what have you. And so, 911, there's this man standing here talking to himself on the corner. And it's uncomfortable. And so he needs to be removed. Go ahead, Amanda.
Yeah, I think in those situations, we have a tendency to think that we come from a place of altruism and our intentions are to soothe. But I think in many cases, it's what button does what they're processing jiggle in me? Like, what does it bring up for me? And if I'm uncomfortable with that, I'm in danger of stealing their process. I'm stealing part of their journey because I'm in this guise of soothing them. I'm really going, ooh, I don't want to. I don't know if I can deal with this right now because it's triggering something in me. And that's where that human nature thing that we have to avoid, about stepping into a place of it's about me rather than it's about us as a group or community, or it's about that person is struggling and we need to rally to support and allow them safe space to process it. So that fear can creep in and be like, oh, somebody go see it on me and I'm gonna start crying, and then somebody gonna be like, what's wrong with you? So
right.
Yeah.
And for sure, we think we're coming from that place, but when fear creeps in, you said we might we're cutting the journey off most of the time. It's like, this has got to stop. And that is like the responses. That's the response of that's a traditional response to what we consider crisis, is to stop it, and we don't recognize the benefit that a person might have of going through it and getting to the other side of it. We got to stop it because it's very uncomfortable and I'm afraid of what's going to happen. And so now I take over and just trust me, what I'm doing to you is for your own good. Right. And so if I need to call somebody and have you removed from the community, you look a little unstable. So here comes this 1013, these involuntary committals that happen. And so yes. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, so I'm a jerk anyway. I cried doing a comedy movie. So when I'm talking with one of my peers, and they're expressing themselves and their pain, and they go to crying. Sometimes my tears go to flowing too, and that just gives them a little that I'm listening, that I understand their pain, So I think I inherited it from my father, because my father's a tearjerker too, and I'm grateful that I'm able to to really let my peers know that I understand them. I understand where you're at. I feel your pain. And it helps me build that relationship with them.
Yeah, that's a beautiful place of empathy. Thank you, sir. And just men crying, that's a beautiful thing too. That's some honest communication. and vulnerability. So thank you for that. And so go ahead quickly, Curtis.
So I just wanted to share as well that when I have individuals that are crying today, I allow them to cry because I've come to learn that crying is a good place. It's a place of cleansing, if you will. And for a long period of time, I didn't use my tear ducts because I was told that men don't cry. So I probably went close to 40 years before I used my tear ducts, sincerely. So now I let people cry because it's a good space and it's cleansing. And I'm glad that people are using their tear ducts today.
Thank you. Thank you, Curtis. All right, y'all. So when fear takes over, there are these 3 P's that come up, right? It could be predictive. If you stop taking your medicine, you know what's going to happen. You're going to end up back in the hospital. If you go out with this person, you're going to pick up again and you're going to have a setback, all these things we're afraid, with what's being presented to us. And so we become predictive about what negative outcome is going to happen, right? We start being prying, well, when did you start feeling this way? How long have you been feeling this way? Well, what do you plan to do about it? Well, who have you talked to? Do you have a plan? And we just go straight into the interrogation. But you remember what happened last time, don't you? And we can be very prying, right? And then we can be prescriptive, directive. Well, this is what you need to do. And if you do this, then this is what's going to happen. You need to call your doctor. You need to call your sponsor. You need to make, so many meetings in so many days. You need to, set up therapy, and we become prescriptive, telling people what they need to do. So, we predict the doom and gloom that's going to come. We dig, and interrogate. And then, we can fall into that place of telling people what they need to do and being prescriptive. And there is y'all, there's a 4th P, and that is possibility. And when we're coming from a hope-based place, maybe if you go to this party, everything will be all right. How are you going to manage it? Let's talk about it. I'd like for you to come out okay. You'd like to come out okay. How is this going to happen? Let's explore the possibilities. Rather than prying and asking a million questions, you can just have a conversation where there's some honest, open sharing and things like that. And so if we can move to that place of hope, then we can see different possibilities rather than being preset and predetermined. If this, then this, well, if this, then there's lots of possibility. There's lots of different outcomes. And really, we don't know. And so that's where we want to go and think. That's what we want to think about when we're thinking about this move, and when we're responding from hope. And so when we're responding from hope, then we're working out both of our needs, right? If it's not working for both of us, it's not working. And so we're working out both of our needs. We're in a place where we're sharing power. It's not just me telling you I don't have power over you. Remember, we're in this together, and so we share power. It's not do it my way or you're fired or whatever. We're sharing that. There's a willingness to stretch. Maybe, I'm uncomfortable with it, but that's okay. I can sit with my discomfort, and I can just be open to this. I can be open to it. I can see the possibility and be open to it. Even I might not agree, but I still have to have a willingness to stretch, because it's not about me entirely. It's about us. It's about this relationship, and how is this going to work? And so that willingness to stretch, looking together for new meaning. I understand, whenever this has happened, I've seen it this way, but now we're talking and you're offering up, you see it totally differently, and maybe together we can gain new perspective. And then, the proactive planning. Okay, you're going to go out to this party. You're going to come off of your meds. How are we going to do this and do it safely? Let's talk about how we can do this and hope for the best outcome. So let's be proactive and let's do some planning. And that's, you know, that's what it looks like when we're responding from hope. And so, like I said, you know, there are challenges that come with this. And those challenges are sitting with discomfort. You know, it's not my way. It's not all about what I think and how I think it ought to be done. You know, we're exploring. You have voice and choice in this relationship. And some things that come up might be uncomfortable. How can I sit with that? Okay. It's about taking risks. You know, for me, I know this is a tried and true pathway. But what you're saying, I'm not sure about, but we're going to do it anyway, you know? And so it's about taking those risks and holding multiple truths. That's a big one, y'all. Holding multiple truths. Somebody tell me what you think, what comes up. What do you think when we talk about holding multiple truths? What does that look like? What does holding multiple truths look like?
I think it may be being willing to look at a situation from different perspectives. While our view and perspective, our interpretation of the situation may very well be true, their view and perspective may be correct based off their lived experience and their perspective. So,
okay, yeah. So the idea of holding multiple truths is what's true for me might not be true for you. And what's true for you might not be true for me, but both of those are our truths nonetheless, and they're both valid, right? And so both of these things create a space where both of these things can coexist. You can believe what you believe, I can believe what I believe. I don't have to convince you or you know, beat you down to the ground to prove that I'm right. You know, I don't have to end this relationship because we see things differently. You know, some people, I mean, you know, that question of medication or that question of 12-step programs or those when we talk about multiple pathways or just so many different things, political beliefs, religious beliefs, all of these things, you know, people, what a person's faith is, that is something that is unshakable for most folks. And your faith is unshakable for you. And my faith might look very different and it's unshakable for me. Now, you know, there's no reason that we have to clash about this. This is one of those places where we can say, yes, I respect your truth and this is my truth. And both of these things are valid and both of these things have space and can be present and respected. And that's a hard one for folks, man. That holding multiple truths can be a really difficult one. And so, Brian, I guess I could have gone through this in 5 minutes before lunch, but there we go. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about this shift from fear to hope and possibilities. Is there anyone want to make the comment or, you know, have anything that they want to add to this idea of the shift?
You do have a couple of hand raised.
I can't see them.
Okay, Charles Hines. Then you have Stephanie Ziegler, then Lauren Saporito.
Okay, let me get over to my right screen so I can see him. Go ahead. Okay, I see him. Charles, Stephanie, Lauren. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a philosophy to agree to disagree. I think that's very important because I disagree with what you believe doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that we have different perspectives on a situation. And I think to be able to agree to disagree is very important, you know, to people and to myself too.
Yeah. Thank you, Charles.
Yeah.
And like you said, it doesn't make it wrong, it just makes it different. You know, and I don't even have to, you know, it's just, okay, this is a very different way of seeing, and it's, you know, I see it differently. Stephanie. That daggone unmute.
You heard me?
Thank you.
He just said it.
Okay. All right, and Lauren, you put your hand down. So is that what you were going to say?
No, I wanted to say something. I'm being new in this field and I'm grateful for the trainings and the follow-up because I work in a forensic residential setting and there's skills and stuff and documentation that has to be written as educated, medication compliance. And I try to change some stuff up and do like medication education and different things like that. But the language and the wording is just very different from, because I'm not hired as a CPS in there. I'm a tech, and I'm able to build relationships and keep an open mind. But some of the individuals I serve, part of their thing is this word compliance. So what are some ways I can work to bridge that gap, even with my supervisors and coworkers? They don't have the view of that word compliance, anything being an issue with it. And if I didn't get the training, I wouldn't know any better or different, or maybe the lived experience. I don't know. It's something I'm finding some obstacles in.
That's understandable. I would invite your peers to drop some stuff in the chat to support Lauren, because I'm sure you're not the only one who's in that situation. In trying to bridge that. It's difficult for CPS to work in a clinical setting and to not even be working as a CPS. It was great to hear you say that even through that, you know, you're working on building relationships, because, you know, you can have conversations, you can have a different kind of conversation. You can still do whatever it is. You can still complete the task and have a different sort of conversation. So, I appreciate the challenge with that, and y'all give Lauren some support. Christopher, Mr. Sheffield.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute myself. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, this is to Lauren. Hello, Lauren. I started my career off as a counselor, and in the last 3 years, I've worked in peer services. So one of the things that Lauren can do as a tech is that because of her lived experience, she can have the conversation with her clients in regards to what happened to them, so as to and maybe to get a better perspective from them about what happens to them as a result of taking the medications, and maybe that can help by them explaining that could possibly help with the professionals when you do your reports or whatever, to understand why there is non-compliance. Because I think when we fail when we focus just on the problem and fail to discuss the process of what occurred, I think we miss out on a lot of information. And I think from a tech position, because you spend so much time with the clients, you spend more time with the clients than anyone, you have an opportunity to assist them with expanding their ability to communicate their concerns, as well as make them feel safe and respected because of your approach and your understanding. And of course, you as a tech would at some juncture get an opportunity to communicate those true concerns to the powers that be.
Thank you. And if anybody else has something for Lauren, please put it in the chat for her, okay? I think we got a lot of stuff to do. That's a very, great question, Lauren. I'm not trying to, put it to the side, but we want to continue with the material as well. And just thinking, I just want to say this, like when we're thinking about this shift from hope, from fear to hope and possibility, and talking about this idea of having open, honest communication. If you're feeling, say something comes up and you feel, say you feel fear, it's okay to say, this is making me pretty uncomfortable. Let's talk about it, versus saying, oh, you just need to calm down. You know what I mean? Trying to impose your will on you need to stop. No, this is making me uncomfortable. So you want to own, your stuff. You want to own your fear rather than rather than saying they're unsafe. I'm uncomfortable, and it really is about kind of taking ownership, sitting with discomfort, and sharing power. That might look like I wonder if we can talk about what we're both wanting to happen here, versus imposing the agenda. Like I'm calling 911. It's for your own good. Wait, back up. Let's talk about this. And there's a fine line, but a huge difference in saying to someone, wait a minute, let's talk. What is it that you really want? Versus, I'm calling 911 because it's for your own good. And so just some of those things to think about. And so right now we are going to move on. The principles are what we're ultimately wanting. We're wanting this shift from helping to learning, and we're wanting to shift from individual to relationship. We're wanting to shift from fear to hope and possibility. And the way that we do that is through the 4 tasks. And connection is the first of the 4 tasks. And so right now, I'd like to ask y'all just to take a minute, or actually take maybe a few minutes and just do a little bit of reflecting on a little reflecting on connection, and jot down, like, if you had to define connection and you can't use Brene Brown, how would you define connection? We'll give you like 5 minutes to do that. Just think about connection and how you would define it. I see raised hands. Is that because you're ready to share, or is that because you have a question? You want to share? Okay, hold up. We're not there yet. I'll give everybody another minute or so. All right. I think most folks are finished. See some heads still down. Give it another minute, and we'll go ahead and hear from a few people about connection and how they define connection. I see over Amanda in the chat. Connection equals mutual respect, honesty, empathy, compassion, and relatability. It's a space where we find and give grace to ourselves and others that holds. You're coming in, boy. I lost it. Let's see. I lost it, but it was beautiful.
It's that whole safe space for growth, intimacy, and support.
All right. So We had a couple of hands up immediately. Okay, let's get over here. So I saw Michael, and I think Charles was next. And so we go Michael, Charles, TJ, and then Brittany. Michael, Charles, TJ, Brittany.
Okay, connection, I think, has to be a dual experience. You can't connect by yourself. It can't be, where the connection is just one-sided. It has to be, so to speak, a meeting of the minds.
Okay, a meeting of the minds. Thank you. I'm laughing. I see Cam. I see you in the chat. Okay. Thank you, Michael. Who's next? I think it was Charles. Y'all have to remember because I'm not going to remember. So
Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, connection, similarities. People have a lot of things in common, especially in the field that I'm in as a case manager and people working with people in early recovery. First 30 days, right out of the crisis center. There are a lot of similarities because I've been basically where most of those guys have been, male and female, and we have similarities because we have similar situations that we have had to approach that I've been through, and I can relate to them. Being able to relate to a person's situations and where they are and meet them where they are. And it enables me to help them be a part of their recovery,
Right. Thank you, Charles. Who's next? TJ and then Brittany.
Okay, mine is a little technical, but I wrote it down, and it's basically, to me, having the ability to find linked or joined commonalities or perspectives that create a bonded relationship that build a community.
Okay. All right. Good. Good. What about you, Brittany?
For me, connection is people that I feel loved and accepted with, that I can share my stuff with, whether it's good or bad, and that I can create memories with, and vice versa.
Okay. All right. Good. So connection, it is the first task of intentional peer support, because really without a connection, there's not going to be much more than that. And you all have talked about connection, as having commonalities, and it takes two to connect. This is intentional peer support. And so, how can we create connection intentionally? Connection is it can be kind of elusive. How do you know when you're in connection? We talk about the need for commonalities, but I've experienced connection with a total stranger, just in the grocery store, for instance. I'm having a bad day and I look up and I see someone give me a smile, or someone make eye contact with me, and I feel that connection. I feel that energy, and so I don't know that that we have things in common is necessary for there to be connection. We hear about connections. You hear those stories of love at first sight. You see, I saw him from across the room and I knew immediately that was going to be my husband. Never talked to him before, never saw him before, but there was some connection. And I knew immediately that this was the person that I was going to spend the rest of my life with. I'm sure you all have heard those stories. And so, it's kind of difficult really to capture that connection. But we know when we're feeling it, and we know when we're not feeling it. Go ahead, Jamie, and then Greg, and then Nigel. Some folks I hadn't heard from.
Oh, I put eyes focused, heart sinking, feeling I'm no longer alone and I'm understood and genuinely cared for, honestly and authentically.
Okay. I like it. So that's some of that. It's a feeling, right? We talked about some of those ways, like eye contact and things like that. but ultimately it's this feeling that we have. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, majority of the peers I see are in the hospital, usually the emergency room, the first time I meet them, the first time I see them. And I don't know how long I'm going to have. So my only goal in that first meeting is a connection. And I'll start off with a very open-ended question, just get them chatting and talking. Usually they'll start talking about their AUD. And I try to find that moment when you can tell they're lost and they're broken and no one gets it, you know, their wives or husbands say, just have one, just have one. And that moment that pause, I can say, not just I get it, but I can give them a shared feeling. This is how I felt for that drink. I didn't want to, when you can get down in the passion and emotion of that feeling that no one else got, they've tried to express to their family, they see you get it. To me, that's the connection that gets things started, when they see this cat really gets it. He's authentic and he's not preaching to me. He just understands.
Awesome, awesome. Nigel, I'm going to hold up on you because we're going to put you out in the breakout room so that everybody can get in on this conversation. And when you go in your breakout room, you'll have, what are we going to give? 10 minutes to talk about, to answer. I'll give you 15 minutes to answer these 3 questions. What is connection? How do you know when you're experiencing it? And really important, what do you need in relationships to experience connection? And so we're going to send you out and give you opportunity to talk with each other. Again, what is connection? How do you know when you're experiencing it? And what do you need in relationships to experience connection?
All right, I'm going to drop those questions in the chat. Yeah, we're going to have a little less than 10 minutes, actually, just to try to keep us moving along. So there'll be smaller groups this time. We'll have about 3 people per group. There might be a couple with 4. But what we're going to do is give you all these 3 questions. There you go. Do your best to try to stay around 2 minutes per person. And here we go.
Away we go.
I have to see who this iPhone is. Hi, iPhone? Oh, they're just getting there. Miss Anderson? Jonna? Is this Rika, is this you on the iPhone?
I just sent her into a room.
Okay. Is Jonna Anderson? Let me pause.
All right.
Shuffle. You need to shuffle some.
All right. So we have time. Time is getting tight and we have a lot to cover. And so I'd like to hear from 2 people who haven't shared today. And what I'd like to hear from each of you is, what do you need in relationships to experience connection? That's the only question that we're asking. 2 people who haven't shared, what do you need in relationships to experience connection? Cynthia.
I feel like I just have to have a connection and feel comfortable in order to be able to have a connection. Like I feel comfortable.
I need a connection to have a connection. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. One more. What do you need in relationship to experience connection? Someone who hasn't had opportunity to share. Marissa.
I'll go.
I got
Yes.
Marissa.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I would say a shared or shared-ish experience.
Okay.
You know, something like I've gone through and another person's gone through it too.
Okay. All right. Lots of times people, there it is, that safe space to feel that comfortability. I know I didn't say it right, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. Just that energy that's there. Yeah. And so, you know, I see I need intentionality. Yes. Authenticity, all these kinds of things, you know, could be there. Someone says time. All these things, you know, might be necessary for someone to feel, to experience connection and relationship. All right, trust. Yes, John. Y'all, we're going to watch a video about connection. What drives connection, what drives disconnection. It is empathy versus sympathy, Brene Brown. And I give it to you, Brian.
I think Larry's going to hook us up.
Feeling valued, respected, cared for. Yes, Isidore.
So what is empathy?
Can't hear it.
Hey, Larry, will you pause it and maybe hit the new share again?
One
Or
second.
share with, all right.
Share with sound.
Yes, please.
Got it.
Awesome.
Try it again. Can y'all hear now? All right.
So what is empathy, and why is it very different than sympathy? Empathy fuels connection. Sympathy drives disconnection. Empathy, it's very interesting. Teresa Wiseman is a nursing scholar who studied professions, very diverse professions where empathy is relevant, and came up with 4 qualities of empathy. Perspective taking, the ability to take the perspective of another person or recognize their perspective as their truth. Staying out of judgment, not easy when you enjoy it as much as most of us do. Recognizing emotion in other people and then communicating that. Empathy is feeling with people. And to me, I always think of empathy as this kind of sacred space when someone's kind of in a deep hole and they shout out from the bottom and they say, I'm stuck, it's dark, I'm overwhelmed. And then we look and we say, hey, you climb down. I know what it's like down here, and you're not alone. Sympathy is, ooh, it's bad, no, you want a sandwich? Empathy is a choice, and it's a vulnerable choice, because in order to connect with you, I have to connect with something in myself that knows that feeling. Rarely, if ever, does an empathic response begin with at least. Yeah. And we do it all the time. Because you know what? Someone just shared something with us that's incredibly painful, and we're trying to silver lining it. I don't think that's a verb, but I'm using it as one. We're trying to put the silver lining around it. So, I had a miscarriage. Oh, at least you know you can get pregnant. I think my marriage is falling apart. At least you have a marriage. John's getting kicked out of school. At least Sarah is an A student. But one of the things we do sometimes in the face of very difficult conversations is we try to make things better. If I share something with you that's very difficult, I'd rather you say, I don't even know what to say right now, I'm just so glad you told me. Because the truth is, rarely can a response make something better. What makes something better is connection.
Wait a minute. I don't know if that was my internet. Hold on.
Rarely can a response make something better. That's huge. So yeah, empathy, being with, feeling with, rather than sympathy, is one way to create connection. And talking about creating connection, just when we're in connection with each other, here are some of the things. And that at least, oh my goodness, people will say that at least. You talk about something that is invalidating, well, at least my feet hurt. Well, at least you got feet. That doesn't mean my feet don't hurt, or that, so yes. Let's see, going on to the next slide. Okay, so what she talked about in there was empathy involves feeling with, and that requires perspective taking. staying out of judgment, recognizing that feeling, and then communicating that back, right? And so when we're in connection with each other, you know, there's a sense of belonging. There's this feeling that we're in it together. Connection builds trust. And
We know. We'll give her a second.
Yeah, give her 1 minute.
that happens when we're both
Roz,
engaged.
we're talking about connection that's going to be more appropriate. We're waiting for that connection to be re-strengthened.
Oh, am
There
I,
we
am
go.
I,
Yeah,
okay.
You're back
We're
now,
gonna-
though.
we're
Okay,
gonna
all right.
stop your video for a moment.
Okay, yeah. I can't even stop it. I'm gonna have to leave and come back.
You're good now. Oh, no, you're not. You're frozen again. Guys, until she comes back, just think about some ways that I said in the chat that I used to be an at least person. And I used to think it was a way that I kept myself being grateful, you know, and it wasn't until I took this training that I learned that it's not right. You know, at least this, you know, at least you got feet. It's not good. Anybody want to share some thoughts until she comes back? Let's see.
Yeah, I can share something that happened to me, and I really felt bad about it after I said it, because it was one of those at least statements. And one of my coworkers was complaining because they wouldn't give her husband a promotion. And I said, well, at least he has a job, because I know so many people that don't have a job, you know, that kind of thing. And I thought, oh God, after I said it, I knew it wasn't right. You know, I had that feeling while I put my foot in my mouth. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At least he has a job. We do say that to try to make it better, but
Right.
it is an invalidating thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will you make me a host again so I can share my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
One
All right.
moment.
I think we're good.
Yep. I'm trying to find you. Hold on.
Okay. I'm there. Let's see. Slideshow. Sorry about that, y'all. It's technology. I'm on this North Carolina, Fayetteville, North Carolina Wi-Fi. All right.
Oh, you're in my old stomping ground.
Yeah. So like we talked about, that this creates a sense of belonging. We're in it together, builds trust, and moves the focus away from the individual. I think it was Michael that said you can't be alone in connection. And so if connection is important, then that really, you know, what do we need to be in relationship, to be in connection? It really shifts that focus over to the relationship and away from the individual. And just as we can connect, y'all, we can disconnect, you know, and it might be difficult to qualify connection, but we definitely know when we've experienced disconnection. And here is a list of some potential disconnects: ordering, directing, cautioning, wanting to make a difference, arguing or lecturing, telling people what they should do, moralizing, being unaware of your power, agreeing, approving, praising, over relating, interpreting or analyzing, questioning or probing, withdrawing or joking, and pushing your own agenda. Is there anything on this list that stands out to you, or you're not sure why it's here, that we want to talk about? Doug.
Wanting to make a difference. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Well, I think that's about being that helper. You know, I need to change your life. You know, I'm here to make a difference. And maybe, you know, that's not necessarily what people want, you know, and it could be an overbearing thing, you know, just let me help you. I can do this for you. I can do that for you. That could be something that could be off-putting and a bit of a disconnect. Dudley.
Yeah, I think as well as the at least, it's the, I know how you feel. I know where you're coming from.
Overrelated.
That type thing really is a disconnect.
Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Exactly.
Yes. That it invalidates. It takes away from that person's experience. How do you know
Right.
exactly? You might have been in a similar situation, but you don't know exactly how I feel. Yes, definitely be a disconnect. Sarah.
Yeah, arguing and lecturing,
Yeah,
completely disconnecting.
completely.
Because I was lectured so much in my life. I'm just like, you know what? No, you're wrong. Don't argue with me. Don't lecture me, because it creates a fight back response. And a lot of times with clients, authoritative, it doesn't work.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. Vera.
I think for me, when I felt like the biggest disconnects is like when the over relating, like, you know, I'll be telling my story, something that's happening, and I like it when someone can relate, you know, here and there now and then, but when I'm like, oh, well, this, and they're like, oh yeah, me too. And then it turns into something different, you know, and you're like, and then at that point you just, you know, you're like, okay, you know, you feel defeated. So.
Yeah, yes. That one up. Oh, they have you. Yeah,
You're right.
Oh, me
Yeah,
too.
everything. Yeah.
Like, really, were you with me? Like, are you my shadow or something? How did everything that I've been through, you've been through exactly the same? But yeah, so we see how these disconnects can happen for sure. And the good news is, y'all, the good news is that reconnection is possible. You know, a lot of times we don't think about reconnection, but we can reconnect. You know, I know in my family, my mother and her sister, they had this big falling out. They went for 10 years without speaking to each other. 10 years, you know? And that, you know, from where I sit, that's very unfortunate. You know, a lot of times relationships are broken and we don't attempt to reconnect. Now, sometimes, you know, there are relationships that maybe, you know, we don't need to reconnect with, you know, maybe they were abusive or whatever, and it's not something that we need to reconnect with, but, you know, reconnection is something that's possible. And the way that we reconnect is find out what happened, you know, check it out, own your part, apologize.
Hey, Roz, we're getting a little behind. We probably got to keep pushing. Sorry,
Okay,
guys.
ask the other person what's needed and ask for what you need. And this is the way that we can, you know, reconnect. We had a little role play for you all to do, but Brian just told me I'm talking too much. So we're going to skip the role play and go on to the next thing. We want to stay on time. We want to get through everything and get y'all out of here on time. So maybe at some point, you all can do this with someone. You want to talk about, it was a simple exercise, talk about what you did this past weekend, and whoever you're talking to, they connect with you, they engage, and then they purposely disconnect, and then you reconnect and just reflect on the reconnection. And the thing that's interesting about this is that even though you know it's a role play, when folks disconnect and you know they're going to disconnect because that's part of the instructions, it still makes people feel some kind of way. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you just started looking at your phone while I was talking to you, or whatever it is. And so it really makes that feeling of reconnection real. All right. And so now, Cam, this is for you. Connection is an energy that exists between people when they feel seen, heard, and valued, when they can give and receive without judgment, when they derive strength and sustenance, and when they derive strength and sustenance from the relationship. I think that is a beautiful definition of connection. And I think that as a person providing support, if I can create a space or energy where someone feels seen, heard, and valued, where they can give and receive without judgment and derive strength and sustenance from the relationship, I think that I've accomplished my purpose if I can create this kind of space. All right, so the next task of intentional peer support is worldview. And so let's put them in some breakout rooms and talk about worldview. What is worldview? What are some things that influence worldview, and why is it important? Or actually, yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
All right, so you see there, I dropped in the chat, what is worldview? And what are some of the influences that create worldview? You'll have 6 minutes. That means less than 2 minutes apiece, because there's a few groups that have 4. So here we go.
Oh, I thought I was stopping. Let me go.
Bigger than that.
No, cancel.
Can't get my camera to start. So as you all are wrapping them up, I really can't get it to start.
We see you.
You see me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's all right. So the next part of this is you're gonna go out in breakout rooms, and we want you to create a new story that combines each individual story. Okay. So I don't want you to just like say, take the objects, everybody say, this is my object, this is my object, this is my object, and you make a new story that way. You need to hear each person's story and then combine those in a way that creates a new story. Are those instructions clear? Anybody have any questions before you go off into your breakout rooms? I like that.
We're going to give you about, let's see, close to 15 minutes, a little bit less. You're going to have rooms of 4. So you each need to be able to share your story in just a couple minutes so that y'all will give yourself enough time to work together to formulate that new story. So I'd say try to keep them between 2 and 3 minutes apiece if you can, so that way you at least give yourself 6 minutes or so to create that new story.
And then we want to hear like 2 of those new stories that you've created. So someone needs to capture the new story and all of that stuff. All
right. Awesome. Yeah, if y'all do have somebody that can note take or write out the story, then that would be great, so that even if we don't get a chance to hear them all, that we can come and look back on them later, that our CARES Connect team, our CARES team can maybe share those stories with everyone afterwards. All right, so here we go.
All right.
Emily, did you write that story down? I know you did.
You know, I wrote down everything, but Vera's gonna tell her story because she nailed it. I wrote down all the themes, and we were a team, total team.
All right. Come on, Vera, tell the story. Emily just volunteered you. Come on.
We'll wait just a second. We got about 15 seconds for everybody to get back.
Is it Emily voluntold her?
As people are working their way back, I'm gonna wait till everyone gets here, and I'll just say something before we hear from a couple folks.
Okay.
All right. Here they're popping in. Okay, it looks like everybody is back with us. I will say
that was a very interesting process, Ross.
I'm sure it was. Hey guys, if y'all would just mute please for me. What Roz is going to ask for, we don't have time. We wish we had time to hear from all these different stories, but because we don't, if you were in your group and you were able to, if y'all didn't get to write them down, please do. If you did, we'd love to have those stories. I know it's going to be a lot to throw in the chat, but what we would rather you do maybe is just send it to Tia or Laurie afterwards so that we can get those stories out to everyone. So Roz, I'll let you take it away.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. We started with Emily and Vera. So Vera, you're first up to share the story from your group. And maybe tell us the objects and then go ahead and share the story.
Okay, so tell the objects?
Yeah.
Okay. So the objects, I can't remember everybody's name. I'm sorry. I think one was for Emily, it was her dog. For Dwight, I believe it was a can of Clorox air spray, to sanitize. For Cynthia, it was a blue hair bow. And for me, it was a picture.
Okay. All right. Let's hear it.
Okay. So as we look around and are inspired by the things that we see in our atmosphere, we are also motivated for self-care, to make sure we cleanse our environments and cleanse ourselves and keep ourselves healthy. And in that, we are inspired to have compassion for our, or inviting something into our life, whether it be our fur babies. And so to help enhance our healing and our life and our quality of living. And what better to add to that than to put a good picture on the wall?
Thank you. Thank you. All right, Doug, let's hear how you all were able to incorporate everyone's story to create a new story.
All right, so hold on to y'all seats, people. All right, so we had Angela, and we had Jocko, and remind me of who else. All right, so we had a singing bowl, angelic figurine, a troll, and of course, a baby, right? So there was a couple who could not have children, so they went to a blind shaman named Jocko, who had powers to use his singing bowl to grant wishes. Their wish was granted and storks delivered to the house a budding baby. Months went past and the baby showed signs of magical powers, of healing, healing through song. The deaf heard, the blind saw, and addicts recovered. There were some trolls that heard of this baby with these powers and they wanted to kill the baby. So they set fire to the house and the baby died, but not before his magical singing powers were transferred into an angelic figurine that every time you opened it, it released the healing powers. So his powers continue to be used to continue healing others. The end.
All right.
Okay. I
Very
like that.
nice, very nice, y'all. So yeah, someone talked about the process, and it's a couple of things to bring out with this. First of all, when we're thinking about worldview, each story, each individual story, you know, a reflection of individual's worldview. If you all had been given the same object or shown the same picture, every story would have been different. And we would have had 108 different stories because we have 108 different people with 108 different worldviews. And so even if you were looking at the same thing, the stories generated would have been different. The other part of this, and whoever said, you know, wow, what a process. This exercise actually incorporates all the tasks, okay? Because when you came together, you had to make some sort of connection, right? You did have a task, you came together, you knew you were coming together to create the story, but beyond that, you know, it was necessary for you all to have some kind of connection. When we think about worldview, again, it's the way that we see and understand the world and all that it's made of. And so all of that played into the unique story that each person brought to the table. When we think about mutuality, you know, we didn't say, okay, nominate someone to be in charge of this. You know, there wasn't, the experience would have been very different if there had been a quote unquote leader in each group, because that person would have, you know, directed they would have decided the direction that the story went in. And so because there was no assigned leader, you know, it had to be worked out. You all had to work together, and mutuality came into play. Because, you know, you had to work together, and each person, you know, the idea is that each person's piece would be incorporated into this new story. And then with the moving towards it, it's about the possibilities that emerge, and you know what, I'm sure, you know, listen to the story that Doug told, the magic singing bowl and the magic baby, and you know, all of these things, you know, and I'm sure everyone else had very interesting stories. And this is about when we come together, when connection is there, and when worldview is in play, and everybody's worldview is present, and we're working together collectively and collaboratively in a mutually respective way. Moving towards is about the possibilities that open up, and the story, the end story, kind of represents those possibilities. And so with that, we're going to go on break. I see your hands, y'all. It would take the rest of the day to hear the rest of this. So we can't hear them, but like Brian said, we want you to write them up and send them in so that maybe they can be shared at some other time. Thank you all for participating. We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back and wrap it up. And y'all, let me just say this: intentional peer support is a 40-hour training. And so to try to give you this overview in 6 hours is no small feat. See you back in 15 minutes.
But I will say,
Rosalind, are we
Yes.
gonna go the full till 4 p.m. on the dot?
Yes.
yes.
All right.
We
Good to
got
see you.
15 minutes. We got 15 minutes. I'm just going to throw this out there. If y'all are sitting by your computer, or maybe you got to go to the restroom, whatever, that's fine. But Simone and Greg, they were the first two with their hands up that didn't get to share. If y'all want to share while we're in our break mode, we'll allow that so y'all can be entertained while we're on break. But otherwise, I don't think that we'll have more time for any other stories. So
I am, yes. Come on, come.
where you at, Simone?
I'm ready.
here.
Come with
We're
it.
good. Look,
No,
I'm trying to get some calls in, but I'll go
Oh,
ahead. I'll go ahead. Our story consists of 4-leaf clover, office, butterflies and flowers, and Karen Daniels backdrop. Okay. I gave out a 4-leaf clover to a connection to a friend. It made her start to cry because it's what her father used to give her. And now he has died. She showed me the collection of all the 4-leaf clovers that she had collected over the years. I was in awe because I did not know her. It was just put in my spirit to give it to her. As I sit in my office, and as you can see all around me, I have nothing but butterflies and flowers. I love colors. I love the things that make me happy. And this is what keeps my spirit flowing. Butterflies go from flower to flower and from sea to sea. I use my office to give me the strength to continue to pour into others. My office is where my heart is. I love being a peer support, and I love pouring into people and watching them catch it. Each day is a new person. And the way that I support my life and continue to pour into others, I have to take time out. So I'm going to the Daniel Beach at least for 30 days to get refueled, reflect, and restored. To do God's will for the remaining 11 months, I have to be revised to help people that are just like me walk side by side. That's our
Awesome.
story.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is it Daniel parents' personal property?
That's a wow.
Oh, that was lit. Thank you, Simone.
You're welcome.
Hey, that's Simone.
I know
Awesome
Greg.
job, y'all.
I already know.
Awesome.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And I know Greg is about to come with that heat
Yeah.
because I've been reading.
Greg, if
I'm
you're
excited.
coming, here we are.
Okay, our story is about recovery before and after. It consists of 4 characters. We have the fool, me. We have the dreamer, we have the strong one, and we have the blessed one. Our story starts with the fool. I was asked to pick an object. In my room here in the living room, I have hundreds of pictures of my family, beautiful pictures. Yet I chose an old rock and roll poster that was autographed, a dream I chased many years ago that ended in disaster and didn't go well. Then we had the dreamer. She had a picture on her wall of a king in a beautiful land, but it wasn't real. She saw what she wanted to see, and eventually that king did indeed become a frog, and she had to leave. But then we had our strength within a ring, 3 beautiful diamonds in this ring. And those diamonds to the strong one represented the past from where we learn, the present in which we live, and the future where there's hope. And finally, the blessed one. Much like me, a room full of all kinds of wonderful things, beautiful things, expensive things. And she chose a small hand-drawn picture, a picture drawn by a child, her child, that represents through the stars, the sun, and the moon, her family. The true blessing of all, the simple things in life, our family that bring us joy. And that would be our story. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
And they say us
Thanks,
Oh
Greg.
my
boy.
gosh.
They say we're talented, man. All of these great stories. Wow, Greg, y'all did a great job.
All right.
I
If we're gonna
can't
keep
wait
on with this
to see
trend, we got a
Reed.
few extra minutes. We're gonna go. Chris, you still got your hand up. Chris, you're next in line. If you choose to, if you so choose up, he had to step away. That's okay. We're gonna press on. Candace, did your story already get told?
It didn't, but the group really, really wanted to share it. It's not finished, but I will share what we have because it's going to be a great story. So our items were rocks, 4 rocks from Nelson Mandela's cell in Africa, in Robbins Island, his jail cell. There was an alocasia regal shield plant, a unicorn, and an elephant. So an elephant went walking through the jungle with his trunk up, bringing luck to everyone. He was known for his kindness. He gave rides to people, spreading his joy and love everywhere. On a beautiful sunny day, Elephant encountered a magical unicorn and a beautiful little princess. They seemed to be lost. Of course, Elephant could not bypass these wanderers, so he offered them a ride. Unicorn and Princess decided to take an adventure. Unbeknownst to them, this excursion would form an everlasting connection. They're stepping outside of their comfort zone and daring to be vulnerable. They made a pact before they left, a pinky swear, that this would be the best friend getaway from the magical canyon, where they often were told what to think, how to behave, and who they were. So they mutually decided to go on their best friend journey. Unicorn and Princess heard of a beautiful place in South Africa. Although they heard that there was something called apartheid going on. I have a list. They still wanted to know what could we explore Robbins Island. So Elephant took them there on their journey. When they arrived, they were confused, emotional, and uncertain of what was actually going on in this community. They went into a historical of the humanitarians observed 22 years there, and they found 4 magical rocks. These magical rocks gave them the ability to be whoever they wanted to be themselves, to feel heard, and feel validated. So they clicked the rocks together, and then they went to Alocasia regal shield. She was, oh no, where'd it go? Well, I fumbled that, I lost my note, my thing went away. That's what we have so far.
It's like Mad Lib. You just gotta keep on going.
Right. So
Fill in the
we're going
blank.
to type Alocasia regal shield. Damn, that was a good point I had made, y'all. I'm so sad. I'm gonna type it up and y'all gonna see it. It really turned out to be a great story.
Sounds good. I enjoyed it. Unicorn and elephant. I'm sure we're gonna be enlightened. Thomas.
Hello? Oh. You're muted, Thomas.
Hold on, Thomas. We're gonna have to start that story over.
How about that?
There we go.
So yeah, the stories consisted of the objects were ficus tree, a deck of Uno cards, a pair of scissors, and my Mission 22 hat. And basically the story consisted of from that ficus tree that was actually fake, that a woman who didn't have a green thumb, she was told to water this tree every week in order to keep this thing alive, but she didn't realize that it was a fake tree, but she took care of it regardless. The scissors were a fella had a pair of scissors that had been passed down through his family. Each time they had a milestone of paying off debt, house note, medical bills, whatever it may have been. And then the Uno cards consisted of this fella had bet his young nephew at 4 years old. He played him in Uno and won. So the bet was to keep whoever won kept the cards. And then my Mission 22 hat, and I'm a combat veteran. And based on that, it states on here Mission 22. It's got my insignias on it there. It's a better view of the Mission 22. And I was nearly one of the 22 veterans that commit suicide daily. I fractured my own skull. So what the story ties in is that even though we're charged with taking care of one another and helping one another to live, this lady was willing to do it regardless of what the ficus tree was true or not. And by doing that with the tree, and then the cards, we deal with our hand we're dealt with. It's kind of how that tied in. And then the scissors, along with the Mission 22, is cutting off the stigma that we all experience in recovery, and that veterans, we're all considered to be angry people. But in reality, it's grief we're dealing with more so than anger. And so by cutting off that stigma, not only within recovery, but also the stigma of the 22 veterans a day, giving us a chance to, in my head, I wear it constantly. Not only a reminder to myself, but also let other people know that I understand Mission 22. I was nearly one of the 22. And that, I'm a person that can give them hope through my hope and my story. So that's what we talked about.
Awesome. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, other group there. Thank you for your service. Yeah, let's keep cutting that stigma.
Hey, Brian, real quick, can I please share ours? I can get through with it probably in a minute.
Jamie, if that's the case, Amanda had her hand raised before you. We just gotta do this the right way. Let me check with Roz and see how much.
2 minutes?
2 minutes?
Yeah.
Amanda.
I said the 250, right? So we'll give him 251.
We said 15 minutes. So we really have, it was 3:37. So
we got 4 minutes left.
Yeah.
Hey, okay, I can knock it out in a couple of
Or 3.
minutes. I'll just give you the abridged version. So we had the crocheted pumpkin, the giant teddy bear in the corner, the teacup, and the bottle of perfume. All of these objects couldn't see their own worth from inside of themselves, and they couldn't have known how much their worth was to those they affected. And they had a lot of worry and anxiety about what they would bring to the table. But at the end of the day, what they brought was incomparable. What they brought was unique. What they brought was special. And they all made a difference in their own way, and were very special to those they affected. Each one of them saw their situation negatively because they were too close to their situation to see it clearly. And at the end of the day, they could not have possibly imagined how important they actually were to the people who saw them from the outside looking in.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job.
2 minutes. You're up.
Awesome. Okay, we had a carving of an old man, Christmas tree, family pictures, and an old buffalo nickel. We had Dudley, Jamie, Felicia, and Krista. There once was an addict. One day, finding himself drained with the inferiors of life, descending from hell, he one day decided that things needed to change. He held a stone given to him by his grandfather and a bucket of water, dousing the flames from others. realizing that he is not broken, he is built, he is reborn, a grateful person in recovery, giving away his triumphs and turning his obstacles into opportunities.
Awesome. Thank you. I paid nickel to hear that again. Let's see. We got 1 minute. Anthony, can you do it? Hold on.
Do it in 1 minute. We can't hear you, Anthony.
Has to unmute. Yo, oh man, you all right? You're running out of time.
All right.
Here we go.
You got 20
I was on the way to pick up a friend from the airport on a hot summer day. And as I was walking, I saw a lady that was in distress. I asked her what was wrong. She says I was given a mysterious Rubik's Cube. And every time I tried to match the colors together, it got more jumbled up and the colors got more beautiful. I saw the Rubik's Cube she was talking about and became in awe. She also showed me that she was having further problems with her computer. As she tried to order the plane tickets, the computer just totally crashed. Then she said that she was packing her suitcase and it began to fall apart as it has done many times before. I took off my chain and showed her my special chain. I said, when I was younger, a skinny man gave me this chain and told me it was stronger than 10 men and would stretch to any length without breaking. I told her how I pulled a lady out of the sewer and caught a dozen fish when I was lost in the woods. We used the chain to fix the suitcase and make it stronger than ever. She did get to the airport and was able to show the world the beauty of the Rubik's Cube. The moral of the story is no matter how hard the situation may be or how challenging, you will never get a chance to show your beauty without telling someone or asking for help, basically.
Awesome. That was great. I want that chain.
That's right here.
All right. Good stuff, guys.
Very good.
That was the most entertaining break I've ever experienced.
I know, right? Okay. Are we back? All right. So, looks like everyone is back. That was pretty awesome. I never have seen a time when folks rather stay and participate through their break than like take a minute to get away. So thank you all for that. And so just wrapping up worldview and why it's important. It creates an awareness of my own assumptions. We all assume things, and those assumptions are based on our experiences, on what we've heard, what we've learned, what we've seen, all of our experiences, all those things that create our worldview. And if I'm really paying attention to worldview, I'm curious about who you are. It keeps me curious. How'd you come to learn? How'd you come to know what you know? You know, what's your story? What kind of experiences have you had? I'm just, genuinely curious. It allows us to see one another from fresh perspectives. If we can talk and I can start, again, I can meet you and first meeting you, I can have certain assumptions about you. If we're able to explore worldview, then my perspective, and I'm sure people have had this happen, I thought this, and this about you until I met you, and we actually sat down and talked and started to exchange some things. And so allows us to see one another from fresh perspective and stretches our ability to listen and receive multiple truths, because, working with folks, everybody's worldview is different. You're gonna, we meet people and we support people whose worldviews are drastically different from our own, and being able to respect their truth, hold that space for that, and, stay connected and continue to build and negotiate through your relationship is, what is possible when we're really intentional about worldview and bringing worldview into the equation. All right, that being said, we will move on to the next task of intentional peer support, which is mutuality. And we see here that it says if it's not working for both people, it's not working. And so here again, we're talking about that shared responsibility towards the relationship and being able to negotiate, what it is that we both need to stay connected, being able to create a space where, worldviews are present and validated, being able to create that space where, we are willing to have some honest communication around what it is that we need. And this is something definitely that is unique to peer support, and possibly to intentional peer support, because so often, you know, when you're in that relationship, the helper helpy expert or professional client relationship, it doesn't really matter if it's working for you or not. It just kind of is what it is, right? And certainly, you know, the person, the therapist or whoever, you know, they probably dictate the relationship, and it might not really be working for them either. And so in this is a way that we really are able to level the playing field. We're able to have some honest, open, direct communication, and we can say what we need from each other. You know, what do I need? What do you need from me for us to engage and be in this, to stay connected and in this relationship and have something that's working between us. And like I said earlier, this framework for relationships. I mean, I can think about, you know, personal relationships where, you know, I'm in it, but it's not really working for me, you know, and why is it so difficult to have these kind of conversations, to really negotiate and say, hey, you know, the way that you're talking to me, you know, this, that, or the third, it is not working for me. Is there something else that we can do? Is there another way that we can connect, so that, you know, my needs are being met and your needs are being met? How are we able to do that? And that's what mutuality is really about. And so let me see. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip the next breakout room, and we'll just go and really look at, and really you can just take some time to think about it. You know, think about a situation where you and another person were able to help each other through a difficult situation. And so it wasn't that I'm helping you or you're helping me, it's that we're both going through a difficult time and we're supporting each other through it. How did you come to think of each other? You know, in situations like that, it's a very different kind of situation, and a real kind of connection and bond can come, you know, through something like that. And then what was different in that relationship from just traditional service roles? You know, how was it different? And so that was going to be the reflection, and the breakout room that we were going to put you in. I don't know if anybody like quickly just can think about this and would like to respond to this. And it's not necessary to tell the whole story, but you can, you know, give us the high points. Go ahead, Dudley.
Okay, this is when I was in treatment, there was another lady that was in my process group, and we really didn't, they had this gender restriction, so we didn't get together. But afterwards, we were both in sober living and volunteering at the place. And one day we started talking to one another, started laughing, and all of a sudden the ice broke. Well, she headed to Seattle. I stayed here in Atlanta. We started texting one another, ultimately became what we called accountability partners, and would text back and forth every night on how things were going, keeping each other clean and sober. The end of that story is this last November, we got married.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that, Dudley. And congratulations. Anyone else? Can you think of a situation where you and another person were able to support each other through a difficult situation? Like I said, not that you were in the, you know, not just they were helping you through your situation or you were helping them through their situation, but you're both going through situations at the same time and able to support each other. Alexis.
Oh, shit. Okay, so mine's pretty recent. So about a little over 3 years ago, my husband, we met each other in recovery. We were both in drug court. We were together for 3 years before we got married. He had gotten into some trouble about 3 years ago. He'd caught a trafficking charge, fleeing charge. So he had went to 18 months in rehab. He's had an ankle monitor on for 2.5 years, and we've been through 3 different attorneys. Well, he finally has accepted a plea, and he will be going to prison, where he was in the free world for 3 years. You know, after the charges, he bonded out, and now he is incarcerated. So it's been, you know, like a long drawn out process of the waiting game, and not really knowing when it was going to happen. So I guess we try to support each other in a different sense because I have been incarcerated I was only in jail for 9 months in county jail, but I've never been to prison. So having to, I guess, support him in that sense because I've heard horror stories about what can happen. Just being able to support each other in a different sense, like even though I'm out here in the real world, like it doesn't mean that it's not hard, and with him being incarcerated, it's definitely probably a lot harder than it is for me. So I think that we've both kind of found a different strength in this process. We're going on 3 weeks now, and I think he'll probably be gone for like 2.5 years at the max. So it's a whole new learning process for both of us, I guess, and learning to readjust to the new life temporarily. So
Thank you. All right, I appreciate it. All right, yeah, we're gonna keep it moving. It's my goal and my responsibility to end at 4 o'clock, and so we're gonna keep it going. Okay. So next up is just thinking about mutuality and redefining help. So we've spent a lot of time talking about that helper, helpee, and that service type relationship. And when there's mutuality, it is the thing that makes peer support unique because there is a give and take. It's not just a one-sided, one-way relationship, but it is, a relationship that flows in both directions. And is definitely moving away from the service type relationship. And again, it is only working if it's working for both of us. I like to hear from anybody if they've ever, this whole idea of it's only working if it's working for both of us. Is this something that is familiar to you? How does this sit with you? Cam.
It is, because when it says moving away from service type of work, I think it's really hard when you work in a facility to get away from that service because you have documentation and you have certain rules that you have to follow through the provider manual and all of that. So it's really hard to get your balance where you're able to have that connection. And I just lost your screen because you moved something. What was the bottom? Maybe you didn't, whatever it said on the bottom there.
It's only working if it's working for both of us.
Correct. So it's hard for it to work for both people when one person is trying to check the boxes and fill the obligations of the place that they work. And then they're also trying to find that connection in order to be able to get anywhere with the person and connect with them so that they can accomplish their goals and they can actually get somewhere and they can actually feel like they can make some progress.
Thank you, Cam. All right. So we're talking. I'm sorry. All right. So we're going to move on, y'all. Next up, we're going to talk about problem solving. We talked about some disconnects, and so we're gonna watch this video, and then we'll come back and talk about problem solving.
One minute, I'm putting it up.
Okay.
It's just, there's all this pressure, and sometimes it feels like it's right up on me and I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head, and it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
See, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See, you're
out.
not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just sometimes it's like there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
It is. Thank you. Ow!
Come on. If you would just
Don't.
Okay. I'm sure.
I love the video. I love it.
I'm sure y'all have seen it before. And so what did you see happening throughout the video? Go ahead, Amanda.
Well, so I mean, like, you know, it's in this situation, I mean, you know, I think I'm of two opinions on this. Sometimes there's a very obvious thing going on, and you know, maybe some problem solving assistance is necessary, but like if you have a nail sticking out of the front of your head. But I think, you know, the concepts of validate, empower, support as a rule of thumb are, because most of the time when someone is seeking to vent or to talk about something or to get something off of them, they don't necessarily want you to fix it. That's not necessarily the goal, right? In what they're coming to you for. They want, you know, validation and, you know, about that being like, you know, that I'm not just imagining this thing, that this thing is difficult and that others would find this difficult, and that I'm not alone in it. So, you know, when my rule of thumb is the validate, empower, support model, which is, you know, like, wow, that sounds like it's really hard. Like that sounds difficult. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you're dealing with that. And I feel like, you know, I'm so, you know, I'm glad that you felt like you could talk to me about that. You know, is there something that you would like to see happen? Like, how would you like to look at that differently, or, you know, and then it shifts the solution into their hands. So the empowerment is, you know, how is there a way that you would think, you know, what would you like to see change in this? What would you like to see happen moving forward with this? And then to support is, you know, okay, well, that sounds solid. Let's, you know, what can I do to support that solution that you've come up with? You know, so I mean, and it's, you know, well, and most situations aren't as obvious as a nail sticking out of someone's head, but it can feel that way because we feel like, you know, oh, I know what you should do.
Yeah.
This is how you fix that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it doesn't validate the experience that person is having in that situation. It just kind of says, oh, that's easy. Let me just tell you how to fix that, clean that up right quick. Here's a paper towel. Right. It's
so the nail is kind of a metaphor for that problem, whatever it is. And lots of times, you know, when we're looking on, you know, it seems real obvious and clear to us, and maybe it is or it isn't to that person. But you know, throughout this video, what I saw was a bunch of disconnection. It was disconnect after disconnect after disconnect after disconnect. And there was one point where there was a connection. And that was a place where he said, you know, oh, that must be very hard. You know, when he validated her, that's when the connection started. And then, you know, it went right back to the disconnect. Berlinda, did you want to say something?
I'm just talking to
I mean, that's exactly what I was gonna say. You know, not focusing on the nail, the problem, but actually listen. And I have had peers on the warm line say to me, I need to vent. I need to talk about it. And that tells me then I need to shut up so that I can hear what they're saying and be understanding and empathetic.
Yes. She said, you're always trying to fix it when I just want to be heard, you know, and so often, you know, we know the answer, you know, so often we know the answer. I think a lot of times, you know, we do want to be heard because, and the thing is like, I think when somebody comes to me with something, you know, that I'm the first person or only person they came to. That's usually not true. They've usually talked to a whole bunch of people before me, and all those people already told them what to do. And so when they get to me, I think, oh, well, I have the answer. Everybody else also thinks they have the answer too. And so what can I do differently? I can listen. I can listen and validate, so we're gonna put you out into some breakout groups because and we're not saying that there's sometimes there are immediate things, just like we said with help. Sometimes there are things that are immediate. We need to focus on getting to a solution. But generally, maybe we can connect before we jump straight into problem solving, right? So
Hey, Roz, I don't know if with the time that we got, I don't know if we'll have time for that lengthy. Maybe we should go into that next breakout, the role playing, but we can maybe discuss the problem solving thing. It looks like we're getting close to.
We got like 45 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Let me see where we are. All right. Let's give them like just 10 minutes to talk about this, Brian. And let's give them 10 minutes to do this if you don't mind. Or actually, we can stay here in a big group and do it. So anybody want to talk about how might problem solving impact the relationship? That's the first question. Any takers on how might problem solving impact the relationship?
You got hands up, Rosalind. Unique.
I can't see him. Okay, go ahead, Unique. Okay, I see him. Go ahead, Unique.
So in my experience, I've realized there have been a lot of times where someone just wanted to be heard. It's similar to what you guys said. I had my hand up for a while now. But it's similar to what everyone just said. But I remember trying to fix a problem, and my friend just said to me, "I wish you would just listen." And it's just so natural for me to like throw my cape on and want to solve things for people when realistically they just need someone to walk with them through that experience. And now in my relationships, my personal relationships, my professional relationships, I always ask, like, when someone does confide in me, I thank them for sharing that with me, but then I also ask them, do they even want me to respond? Because a lot of times they don't even want me to say anything. They just want to have a safe space. And luckily, like, I'm that person that people are on all the time. So I just ask, like, do you even want me to say anything, or if you just needed that space? Thank you.
Thank you. And that's awesome. That's some of that mutuality. What do you need? You know what I mean? What do you need in this situation? Do you want a response, or do you want me to listen? And I'm one, especially in personal relationships, that is jumps into problem solving and get told, just listen. We just listen. I don't need you to fix it. Just listen. All right. Andrea.
Thank you. I was kind of coming at it from another perspective, and that was how might problem solving impact the relationship. It kind of brings to light our willingness to change, and if we're not willing to change, nothing really happens. That's all.
So if I'm trying to solve your problem, I'm trying to fix you, and you don't want my fixing, then that says I'm not. Then that person's not willing to change. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, or there still remains a level of denial, as with the woman with the nail in her head. If I don't know what I don't know, and if I'm not willing to see something from a different perspective, then all the fixing or helping or suggestions or anything in the world aren't going to make any difference.
Interesting. And maybe, and I'll do a respectful challenge on that. Maybe what you see as a problem for me, I don't consider it to be a problem. You can see it. And this happens a lot. People see things because I'm seeing a problem based on my assumptions on what I believe is a problem for you. And maybe for me, it's not a problem. And so there's that delicate balance there. But yeah, and see, these are the kind of conversations that can happen when we start to explore worldview and when we're curious. We can kind of, explore these things. Mr. Purnell, what makes you fall into problem solving, and what are you often hoping for when discussing your problems?
Sometimes I have a slightly different perspective. It sort of goes back to where you talked earlier about many pathways to certain situations. And sometimes when we just have the perspective that our interaction with someone might be considered problem solving or trying to fix them, there are times when we use multiple pathways in order to be able to communicate and share with individuals. Like there are times when we utilize the skills of motivational interviewing or things of that nature to engage with someone and reflect with someone, and maybe sort of allow them by helping them open up to be able to express, search, and find a solution to their challenges. But sometimes if we just sit by idle and just listen, we might be listening to a person who is sitting in a state of arrested development, to where you might listen to them for a year or 2 or 3, and just listening to them repeat over and reinforce into themselves an inept idea of what they think is a solution, thinking that you shouldn't say anything because you might be fixing them. But there are other times when we have to find other pathways in order to create a conversation of communication, so that more doors, the treasure that they really are seeking, searching for, can be realized. Sometimes if we sit just in the, I just need to listen, I will listen for the next 3 years to an inept idea of arrested development that they might have, where they might want to hear any of your suggestions, but just allow you to keep indulging in the reinforcement of an idea they have that doesn't work.
Right. Thank you for that. And I don't know about you all, but I know it took a lot of years, and people told me what I needed to do and how I needed to do it and all kinds of things for a long time, until I got to the point when I was ready to actually make movement. I don't know, maybe not for you all, but I know that's how it worked for me. Jean O.
Hello, Rosalind.
Hey, Jean.
Afternoon, all. Good being here with you all day. Thanks. So what makes me fall into problem solving? Sometimes it's impatience. I get really impatient, or let's say I'm working at a CSB or something like that, and there's been a lot of team meetings, and it's like, they're not listening, they're not doing this, they're not being compliant, and you're like trying to push them along a little bit. And then on the flip side of that, or you've been, supporting them for quite some time, and you keep seeing these patterns. Well, that's also on me too, right? Because I'm not responding well. But if there's like potential big ramifications, like if you do this, you're going to be going to jail, or you're going to have, these financial, repercussions or something of that nature. So it's wanting to going back to what we discussed before, is the fixing, and having to keep that in the forefront of your mind, is that's not our job. And what am I often hoping for when discussing my problems? That everyone's going to be on the same page and say, yes, what you've been thinking about and remunerating on for the last 6 months is brilliant. Go ahead and continue with that.
Yeah, thank you. And it's funny because I think a lot of times too, when I'm discussing my problems, I already know what I need to do, and I'm hoping somebody will tell me something different, because what it is that I know I need to do is difficult. You know what I mean? I don't want to do what I know I need to do. And so maybe somebody will tell me something other than what I already know. So I can find a easier, softer way or something of that nature. And when we're talking about problem solving, we just want to keep in mind, the 4 tasks of intentional peer support and connection being the first task. It's not to say that we don't get to problem solving. It's not to say that we don't, work together to find solutions. It is to say that oftentimes if we jump, hi, how you doing? What's your problem? How can I fix it? If we go straight into problem solving, that it creates disconnects and really, that is where we were going with that. So now we're going to give you an opportunity to do a little bit of real play. And so you're going to go into groups, hopefully of 3. And what we want you to do is a real play, talking about a minor problem in your life, right? And the other person is going to connect, validate, and relate. You cannot ask any questions. Just connect, validate, relate. No questions asked, okay? And if there's 3 of you, then the third person can observe, and then, somebody can switch out so that everybody gets an opportunity to gets an opportunity to participate in the real play. So talk about a minor problem in your life. The other person connects, validates, and or relates. Don't ask any questions. Is this good for y'all? Is this clear?
That was crystal clear. Here they go.
Right. Everybody's back. Like everyone is back. And so just quickly, how was that experience? And were you able to relate and validate without asking questions? How did that go? Isidore?
Yeah, man, that was actually pretty good. We was laughing because we all had the same similar thing. And it was about the gas prices and how you navigate and see your client, see your peers. And we was all on the same page. It's like, we got to see them. But because of COVID, telehealth is still in together, so we can still bill, but we can see them on our phone. So I ain't got to drive so much. So we're trying to navigate that. So one person was like, man, I identify with that. And then they started talking about the food prices and the chicken. It just went way to a whole place, and we just started laughing. Everybody like, yeah, man. And it just kept going. We was identifying. We was able to say, wow, this had to be on our minds for some weeks. The way they were talking about that.
Sounds like y'all were able to make a wonderful connection. And it's funny, I just got a text message in from one of the folks at the Wellness Center asking about, are we going to increase the mileage rate since gas prices have gone up? So let me hear from Mr. Cummings. I'm sorry, Willie. What was the process like, and were you able to do it without asking questions?
Of course, we were able to do. We was able to do it without asking questions. What we were talking about was parenting adult children, and we were able to empathize and sympathize because we both were in the same boat, and it was a good experience.
Yeah, and no need to try to fix anything. Just that.
No, can't fix it. Just ride along with it. Just ride the tide out.
Excellent. Y'all, we got one last thing to do. I see all of these hands, and I'm so sorry that I'm not gonna be able to call on you. I'm sorry, Candace and Penny and all of the above. We got to get out of here in just a few minutes, and so we're gonna take a look at the final task of intentional peer support, which is moving towards. And when we're talking about moving towards, it really there's 2 things when we think about moving towards. So there is this synergy that's created when we're in connection and when worldview and mutuality all come together. Everybody's worldview is present, it's respected. We're working, it's working for all people involved. There's this synergy that happens and this energy that comes together that, it feels like, okay, we can solve all of the world's ills. You know what I mean? We can create things that have never been created before. And I'm sure you've been in situations like that where the juices are just flowing and everybody is, you know, just there and you know, you feel like you could solve all the problems of the world in that moment. And there's that kind of synergy and energy that's created when worldview, when connection, worldview, and mutuality come together. And then also when we think about moving towards, it is that focus on what we want rather than, you know, what it is that we want rather than what it is that we don't want. You know, oftentimes, you know, particularly in the traditional mental health system, and, you know, the focus is on stopping symptoms, stopping this, stopping that. It's all about, you know, stopping something and focus on what it is that you don't want and how to get away from what you don't want. We're moving towards is about what is it that you do want, you know? What do you want? What would your life be like if you could have your life any way that you desired? You know what I mean? Again, helping people get back in contact with their dreams and their hopes and their desires, you know? What is it that you want? And let's focus on that rather than, you know, spending the focus tied to those things that we don't want. And you know, simply put, that is moving towards, and we can see here this quote from Eckhart Tolle: whatever you fight, you strengthen, whatever you resist, whatever you resist persists. And so that focus on those things that we don't want, it just keeps us tied to those things, you know. And so let's change the focus. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about moving towards. And so the final exercise for today, and this is just for you all to do, we're going to give you a few minutes just to sit where you are and write down, moving towards, how will I see a typo, how will intentional peer support change the way you support peers? You know, how will this training impact what you do going forward? So take a minute, a couple of minutes and write that down. And we'd love to hear from a couple of people. And then I'll give it back to Loree and to the CARES team to wrap it up. So how will intentional peer support change the way you support peers? Is there anything that you got today that will change what you do or enhance what you do?
Roz, do we want to have some share? We could send them in a breakout groups for 5 minutes so they can talk about those responses they wrote down. I think we got it.
Yeah, if we have time. That was the original intent, was breakout rooms, but I was
All right. We got a short amount of time. So I think that what we'll do is we'll give 5 minutes. And I think that that'll be enough for Tia and Larry to wrap us up as the day goes, and for us to get a couple responses when we come back. So we got 5 minutes. You get a 30-second countdown. After that 5 minutes is up, here we go.
All right. Thanks, Brian. A few folks, we'd like to hear from a few of you. How has this training impacted you, and how it impact the way that you provide peer support going forward? And Cam said she learned something new and she wants to tell us about it. Come on, Cam.
Thanks. In one of my groups, somebody said that when they initially shared what had happened to them, that the person didn't believe them. And so when you asked that last question of what this training had done, it made me want to kind of shift the way I do things. And I wrote down becoming the trusted person that the person needed when they initially spoke about what happened to them.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And then when we're talking about trauma-informed care, quickly, voice, choice, and trust. One of the most damaging things we can do. Oftentimes when people share their trauma, they get the courage to tell a parent, this happened or that happened, or they tell somebody and they're not believed. And they might not share it again, until they come and sit in front of you. And it is imperative that we believe people when they tell us their story. That we believe it and that we validate it, because for us to not believe it, you talk about re-traumatization, that is what can happen as a result of that. Thank you so much, Cam. Doug.
Oh man, my whole perception is just upside down now. So everything I did before is now just a complete 180. So I've had to, I'm gonna have to revisit a lot of the things that I've been doing. It's just so difficult when you wear so many hats, right? Just to know which hat to wear at that specific time. One of the biggest things that I had was just coming from that relationship-based, approach versus that individual approach, and just knowing that I'm here to connect and build a rapport and a relationship with before I can even give any tidbits or information or anything like that. So just connecting first, no matter how long that takes. I struggle with checking the box for my job. And so still checking the box, but still allowing that person just to be where they're at and form a relationship with them.
Beautiful. Mission accomplished. If I turn one person's thing upside down, mission accomplished. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who else? I see Unique. Go ahead, Unique.
The thing that really stuck with me was the helper, helpee, learner, and really like reevaluating some of my relationships and how they are benefiting me, and also realizing that no matter what part of the spectrum I'm on, that I need to be a listener before anything, because I'll think I have, I got what you need, so you need to listen to me, like. But sometimes I need to listen as well. So thank you, and you did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Laji, hello. What you got, Laji?
I definitely really love the breakout rooms. This might be the fastest 6 hours of training I've been in. So, just good just to connect and hear different people's perspectives. But one of the things I definitely want to take away, where I'm definitely guilty when you say that, say for instance, a person arm broke, and I say, they've been in an accident and their arm broke, but I'm saying at least you alive. I think I need to change. I'm guilty of that, and that I have to change that and just really just stay in the moment with the individual. So that was very more valuable, because I'm just thinking back on all the conversations. I wish I could call everybody back and take it over. But I just really definitely enjoyed it. You definitely a great facilitator, Rosalind, and thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much. All right, and we're gonna give it to Robbie for the last word.
Quick, I promise. I also love the breakout rooms. I think they should have been a little bit longer because they move quick. I think this is also the fastest training I have been in. I am so serious. And I wanted to thank Georgia staff, Georgia Council, for including captions. You know, I'm deaf in one ear. And I really want to thank you guys for including those captions. And Roz, I need you to send me your email address. I will probably cry after this is over because I've known Roz for a long, long, long time. And I'm so, so proud of her. Proud of everybody here. I really enjoyed this connect and being able to connect with each and every one of you in some type of way. So thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. I put my email in the chat. It's just Rosalind, ROSLIND @GMHC. I'm acting like I can't see. I got my glasses on and I still can't see. GMHCN.org. Everyone, thank you. This has been awesome. You guys have been wonderful. It feels great. I know how it is to sit through a 6-hour training, and so for folks to say this was one of the fastest 6 hours they've ever had, that feels really good. Thank you all, and I'll see you. I know we'll see you along the trail. Thank you, and give it back to Laree. Thank you, Laree, Jean, Brian, Dwayne, Tia, all of you all for your patience with me and for asking me to facilitate this connect. Thank you.
Thank
Guys,
you, Roz.
before-
It was amazing. Go ahead, Brian.
I just real quick before y'all do our final little evaluation piece, I'm gonna get y'all. Let's give Roz some love real quick.
Good job,
To the
Roz.
left.
Thank
you, Roz. That box should see a whole lot of love.
One thing I want to do too. I want us. One more thing I want to do.
Taking care of
I wanna
mama
go-
at the same time.
I got 3 screens I'm going to try to go through. I'm going to take screenshots of each of us. So y'all go ahead, put your best smile, virtual smile face on. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3. All right. Y'all give me a second. Scroll to the next slide. 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. All right. Appreciate it, guys. Laree.
Thank you. Thanks again, Roz. I can't wait for the next one. I'm excited and I'm just thankful. I thank everybody for going through what we had to go through with these connections today and being totally present and participating. It was fast moving. It went really fast for us. So Tia's gonna drop the feedback form in the chat box. And I would implore everybody to use it, to fill it out. If you don't, and if you cannot fill it out via the chat box, email us and we'll send it to you because it is a requirement for attending the Connect. We do need the feedback form, okay? Because we want to get better. We want to continue to grow and continue to stretch. So we need that from you guys. I appreciate everybody for being here today. And
Laree,
yes.
will you please email me that link?
Who says
Yeah,
that?
Jocko, we're gonna email you the link and we're gonna email you the chat from today too. So if anybody else would like, we're gonna have the chat. Hopefully you'll be emailing Tia your stories so that we can send those back out to everybody as well. And we'll send any other information, including the job form.
You'll send me the
chat,
survey.
and the stories. Yes, sir.
Yes, we'll just send it. You know, if you can't do it, we'll try to send it to everybody, but it might be difficult because some of y'all are not in here with your link. You're in here with somebody else's link. So if that is the case, make sure we have your correct email, y'all. You know, but it's easier if you can just click it right here and take care of it. And Jocko will take care of you. You know, we will. Brian, did you want to say something about HB 1013 real quick? And then we'll hear from Candace Savannah. She has a couple things she wants to say. And
Candace, if you want to go ahead and mention the Barmiversary, and then I'll jump in with a little piece to take action real quick. If she's with us.
Absolutely. Thank you
There you are.
guys. This was a wonderful, a great experience. Definitely enlightening. My name's Candace. I'm a person in long-term recovery, y'all. And what that means is it's been 9 years since I used any drugs or alcohol because I'm just that worth it. I'm the volunteer coordinator for GCSA, and we are celebrating our 2-year anniversary for our virtual all recovery meeting. When the pandemic hit, GCSA knew that there was a need for meetings to continue, and the leadership just jumped right in, Neil's vision, and they made it come to fruition. And we are celebrating 2 years. Stuff is open. People are free to go to in-person meetings, and they still choose to come to the virtual all recovery. So we are celebrating tomorrow. Neil Campbell, our director at GCSA, will be hosting. Jeff Breedlove will be there, and myself, to just celebrate recovery and the changes that have happened during the pandemic and focus on the positive. So many people had access to recovery because we jumped into action and we did what GCSA is known to do, which is, come on, let's find a solution. We gotta help people recover. So I'm gonna post a link in the chat for the Zoom. And if anybody is interested in any other information, I'm gonna put my contact info. It's tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. on Zoom. Please, if you're
Awesome.
free, I tell you it's life-changing. Please come.
I dropped the link for the Facebook event page in there too. So
great.
Candace dropped the Zoom info in if people just want to use that, or you can use the Facebook info as well. Just real quick, there is a bill that really affects all of us that's in the legislation right now. It has passed through the House. As it currently stands, it's in the Senate, undergoing some discussion in regards to what will or will not stay in a bill for a Mental Health Parity Act. If it's within your ability to do so, use the link that we have just provided there, georgiasubstanceabuse.org, or if you need to go visit our website to do so and you can't do it from right here, feel free, take action. So right now we can notify our senators for your particular district that this is important to you. If you want to read about the bill before you agree to sign on to that, please do so. I always encourage people to read up on things to make sure that you say, okay, yeah, I can get on board with this. Or if you want to have some further discussions about what the bill fully entails, please reach out to Jeff.
Oh no, did he freeze on me, or is he frozen everybody?
He's frozen.
He's frozen.
He's
That's
putting it in the
officially
Frozen
chat.
everybody.
Y'all should have what you need. It's in the chat box.
He is a
It already did.
popsicle.
4 o'clock.
Brian Kite is a popsicle.
That's right. Tia, did you have something?
4 o'clock.
Yes, I just wanted to say to everyone, some people I have reached out to via email regarding your CARES annual certification. If it was time for you to certify this year, please reach out to me, because we would just love to have everyone active. And just send me your certificates, respond to the email. I know y'all are used to seeing Larie's name, but y'all will now be seeing my name, Tiya Morgan. Let's do what we need to do to get active so we can have an amazing year.
Welcome. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I want to sign off and excuse me.
Say it.
I don't know. I'm just gonna say so long, farewell. Y'all don't have to leave, but you gotta get out of here.
Thanks, everyone. Be well.
Bye, Jean. Good to
Bye,
see you.
Larry.
Can't wait for the
Bye.
planning and
Thank
documentation
you guys for
training
everything.
coming up.
Bye, Frozen Brian.
Oh, when is the documentation? When is the documentation training coming up?
Documentation training is gonna be May 5th from 12 to 4. We'll send something out within the next couple of weeks. It's gonna be with the amazing Jean O and John, and they're amazing together. It's gonna be good for you. So make sure if you need help with your notes, and documenting for your job or your employer, come to that training, 12 to 4, May 5th.
May 5th. Thank you.
Right.
Can we get a copy
Yeah.
of the test or no?
I might have a hair appointment that day, but I'll go.
Okay. Then. Go ahead.
Can we get a copy of this test?
Bye,
it
everybody. I
possible?
love y'all, and I can't wait till we're in person.
Please, if you guys can, you can copy that link
Yeah.
from the chat and come out tomorrow. It will be
Right.
changing. You'll definitely enjoy it. Thank you, guys. Tia and
Bye,
Marie.
guys.
Was Dwayne on here?
Larry,
Yes, Taz. No, Dwayne's not here.
Larry, I
All right, I'm
finally
gone.
learned how to submit my I submitted it already, so
Good
I
job,
know you.
Taz.
Oh,
I'm
and
proud of you.
yeah, I know you are. Tia,
Bye, everybody.
my certificate, Tia.
You don't need it. You
Tia,
just
you
you're
gonna be at
good.
North Atlanta, so I can give it to you. It's still in my car.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Okay.
All right.
I'll
I'm trying to
be
do
there.
this
I'll be
chat
there
real
on
quick for
celebration
somebody
day.
wants to chat. All right, guys.
Bye, Larry.
Bye, my beautiful
Bye.
Tias.
Bye, Tia.
Bye.
Don't close it out yet. I'm trying to go back to the beginning so I can save this chat.
Okay.
Well, Lori, will you, can I have a copy of the chat? Cause I had,
Yeah, if I
kicked
can
out,
save it, you sure can.
cause it
I'm
was
trying to do
something
it
there
now.
that I know I did not catch.
You could probably do it too if you.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I got
I wanted
well,
Rosalind's email, Candace. when you
I
do
have
it.
it.
Might
I
not,
think I
because
have
if
it.
y'all left out, it ain't gonna give me from this
When
number.
my laptop died, it erases
Yeah.
the beginning. So I
Got
don't even
you.
have the second part.
Well, I'm already at 9:03, so we about to see.
Ooh.
Candace, is it
Yes,
just
sir.
the screen or do you have on a gold sheen?
A gold who?
You look golden.
Oh, that lipstick is too like Pookie.
Is it just me?
I think it's because I turned my desk light, it gives me a headache. So today I never use the warm. I always use this one. Am I still
Okay,
gold?
so yeah, it's
I
a
do
little.
have on bronzer
Yep, that's what I'm saying. You're
right
looking.
here.
Yeah, all of that. Like you're matching the hat and
Okay,
everything. I thought you were Goldfinger.
about
All
going
right,
down to
y'all.
the
Let me go
back
pick up my
room
son. Y'all
in
have a great one.
person. Doug,
Huh?
I'll call you. I said I was
Alright.
thinking about going down to the back room in person. I think
Yeah,
I
I
might.
was too. I'll see.
I gotta go
All
see
right,
Mark
y'all.
Anthony at
Larry, good to
Trinity.
see you. Tia, we'll get to know each other. Y'all have a great one.
Bye bye, Doug.
Yeah.
Doug's so helpful. He helped me so much with my son. My son has been at the Trinity for 4 months now, and every day he want to quit. I'm like, what would Doug do? Tia, how does it feel?
Marie.
How does it feel now?
I mean, I feel like, I'm in there. I'm putting out my little requests. Y'all get y'all stuff in for these certificates.
All right. That's what's
I
up.
didn't took after Larry with the certificates.
Hey, this is what it is. This is what I need.
Right.
Doreen was kind of insinuated that maybe I didn't. So look, Ree, I was CARES 42. That was March of 2020. When I was supposed to get CEUs in 2021?
No, you certified next year, right?
No, if you graduated in 2020, you were supposed to get CEUs in 2021.
I don't read.
But you were 42 though, right?
Yeah.
So I thought 42, they all got certified in 2021.
Oh, was it
Yeah.
2021?
It's up to her wherever I don't know at this moment, like right off hand what one she is, but she knows.
It's 42. It was the beginning of the pandemic.
No, if you did you do 42? Because if you did 42,
Yeah,
that was in 2021.
Yeah, that was 2021. So you certified
that's so
next
sad.
year.
Wow.
But if you got to make sure which CARES you are. That's
No, I know I'm 42. I
Okay.
definitely know I'm 42.
March
but I do
18th.
have, man, I was talking to,
So you got to do it this year.
Okay, so so I didn't have to do it last year. Even though how does it explain to me again? Like if you graduate.
I can't do that right now.
No, I'm talking here.
Okay. I got the chat for y'all. So
Okay,
I'll send it. I'm gonna say that, I'll send it.
I was gonna say, cause I only got from 12 from when I logged back in. From when I came.
I got it from 9 a.m. I got it all day.
Good.
I got it all day. That's why I said I'm saving. That's what I'm trying to concentrate on right now. That's why I said I can't do what she talking about right now. I'm trying to get this for y'all and get this other transcription.
How do you get the transcription off?
If you, from this Zoom chat? No, you're talking about something else. Oh, the Zoom transcription from the.
I'm gonna try. I gotta figure it out. That's why I can't talk. Because we haven't transcribed it before. Robbie asked for it. So this is our first time doing it. So I'm gonna have to figure it out, ladies. So.
Are y'all available tomorrow to come to the Varmversary? You don't have to promise. I'm just curious.
I probably not.
Okay. Tia, you
I may pop in for a little while.
I may come. I have some hair to do tomorrow.
You do hair?
Yeah.
Hair, all hair?
I do braids and Senegalese twists and crochets. So pretty much natural hair. I don't do like weaves or
so if
dyes or nothing like that.
Have you heard of boho locks?
Mm-hmm.
So I have a bunch of boho locks, and you know they're not cheap, but I have not found someone trustworthy to install them. Because you know, if you install, my hair came out, I let somebody put them in when I had they had